Good morning, Your Excellencies, distinguished heads of government, state and national, and of course, all our invited guests. You're most welcome to the convening powered by Elevate Africa, the very first summit by Elevate Africa. And as many people have seen thus far, the Africa we see is what we're projecting today. On behalf of our chief host, we'd like to kindly and warmly welcome you to the convening. Before we proceed, kindly permit us to go through our order protocol and then formally welcome all our distinguished guests. You're most welcome. We'd like to recognize and specially welcome the First Lady of Nigeria in the person of Her Excellency Senator Oluremi Tinubu, ably represented by the Second Lady and also the wife of the Vice President of Nigeria, Her Excellency Hajia Nana Kashim Shettima. A round of applause for her, please. We'd also like to recognize the presence of the Vice President of the Republic of the Gambia, His Excellency Mohammed B.S. Jallo. A round of applause, please. Thank you very much. Now, this event is being streamed live, so it's hybrid. Some of our guests will be joining us in the course of the conference. However, I would like to just recognize very warmly all those who are joining us physically present and those who are watching and with us virtually. We'd also like to recognize the former President of the Republic of Mauritius, Her Excellency Amina Gurib Fakim. We'd also like to recognize the former President of the Republic of Kosovo, Her Excellency Atifete Jajaga. We'd also like to recognize the presence of the former Vice President of Liberia, Her Excellency Jewel Taylor. Please also make very welcome member of the Georgia House of Representatives, United States of America, Representative Kim Schofield. We'd also like to recognize the presence of the First Lady of Kwara State, founder Ajike People Support Center, Chairperson Nigeria Governors Spouses Forum, Her Excellency Ambassador Professor Olufolake Abdul Razak. Also, would like to recognize the Lord Mayor of Entebbe Municipality, the Republic of Uganda, Lord Fabrice Rulinda. In the course of the event, we would be recognizing our speakers, our special guests here present. But please, at this point, I'd like to very specially recognize our chief hosts for the next 2 days' deliberations and the people whom have carried the vision of Elevate Africa. And today we witness the birthing of a new and great thing. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's make very welcome and recognize our chief hosts, His Royal Majesty, the Olu of Warri, Ogiame Atuwatse III. Also, Her Royal Majesty, Queen Consort, Warri Kingdom, Olori Atuwatse III. Today, we are delighted and honored to serve as your hosts for Elevate Africa as the convening. My name is Eyewuoma, broadcaster at Arise News. And with me?
I am Ben 200, half human, half amazing. It's an honor to be working with her today.
Brilliant. Now, beyond our very special guests, like I mentioned in the course of the event, we will be recognizing and honoring our very special guests. We have very high-level senior executives, our partners, funders, people who've worked with us on this journey, whom we'll be recognizing shortly. However, before then, I'd like to say a big welcome to you in the African way. Beauty of Africa is the diversity of our language and tongues, and it would be remiss of us to not acknowledge that very distinct feature that we're so proud of as a people. And so I'm going to say in the different languages we can accommodate from Nigeria and some parts of Africa. And at the end of it, we'd like to ask everyone as well to please, in your language, celebrate someone beside you by saying welcome in your local language. I'm going to start with, oh, no, we're getting there very quickly. I know we're anxious, but let me set the tone. First of all, I'm going to start with the Shekiri language. Erubo, Kabo, or Wado, as some people say. In the Yoruba language in Nigeria, we would say Ekabo. You can repeat after me, something new to learn as well. Ekabo. Thank you. In Hausa, the part where we're in, it's Maraba or Sanu. Please help me tell your neighbor Sanu. In the Igbo language, we say No. You're welcome. Thank you so much. In French, which some parts of Africa speak, we say Bienvenue. And in the Swahili language, we say Karibu. And for the tree language, for the Ghanaians in the house, we say Akwaba. I knew you'd like that one. And then, of course, I'd like to just open it in. I try to look for a universal Pidgin way of saying welcome. But Pidgin is so dynamic. It can be how far now, how you day, welcome, you not do. So please help me say to your neighbor, to the person to your left and your right hand side, you're most welcome. And if you can't say it in your language, that would be even more beautiful and special. I just made a connection right there. He said it's Isoko. My husband is Isoko, so I greeted him very quickly. They were. Redo. Nice. Thank you so much.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, this is a convening. And honorably so, I was MC for one of such convening where we were trying to look for an English language that will work for Africa, either the American English or the British English. After 3 days, it was difficult to pick one. Because, for instance, in Britain, they'll say extreme. In America, they'll say end. And here we'll say extreme end. In Britain, they'll say knicker. In America, they'll say short. And here we'll say short knicker. In Britain, they'll say salon. In America, they'll say barber shop. But here we'll say barbing salon. In Britain, they'll say bend. In America, they'll say corner. But here we'll say bending corner. In Britain, they'll say so. In America, they'll say therefore. But here we'll say so therefore. In Britain, they'll say still. In America, they'll say yet. But here we'll say still. In Britain, they'll say should. In America, they'll say in case. But here we'll say. In Britain, they'll say return. In America, they'll say turn back. In Britain, they'll say reverse. In America, they'll say turn back. But here we'll say reverse back. In Britain, they'll say henceforth. In America, they'll say from now on. But here we'll say from now henceforth. In Britain, they'll say tell me the reason. In America, they'll say tell me why. But here we'll say. Please put your hands together for yourselves. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, today we are gathered to unleash potential and to redefine our future together. Today we stand at a pivotal point inspired by unwavering vision of the revered throne of Warri. The combined force of the Atuwatse and his Olori have pulled us all here together for this transformative event. Your Excellencies, in the heart of our ancestral lands, where drums echo stones and songs of old, we are gathered under the watchful gaze of our ancestors. With wisdom of the elders guiding us, we come adorned in rich fabrics of tradition, vibrant like the colors of our collective heritage. Distinguished guests, throughout the turning of history, remarkable Pan-African leaders have bravely attempted to refine our continent and to carve out a bright path for us. Their effort reminds us of our journey towards unity and progress, and is both challenging and rewarding. So, distinguished guests, today's gathering is not also special, but is commendable as a continuation of their legacy. So we are not here only to honor their contributions, but we are here also to build a practical blueprint guided by royalty. that speaks to our shared aspirations. Ladies and gentlemen, you cannot greet loyalty sitting down. And therefore, it is important to say that as we arise with purpose, equipped with a new set of clarity and change leaders, it is important to understand and state that as we arise, let the spirit of unity flow through us like the Niger River, nurturing our dreams and aspirations. Chinua Achebe once said that unless the lion learns to ride, every story told will favor the hunter. So today we are gathered to listen to great droids, for they remind us that when the lions work together, they bring down the fiercest of praise. Today, ladies and gentlemen, we are gathered as warriors. We are here to celebrate the newness of life. As warriors draped in armor of hope, each of us treads woven into the rich fabric of Africa. At the end of this convening, Savannah, casting light over innovation and collaboration. Together, we shall cultivate the fertile lands of our dreams with clarity in our hearts, determinations in our steps. We shall listen to echoes of our past as they let us and guide us towards a united future. Strong, vibrant as the baobab, standing tall amidst storms. Together we have seen it. Together we shall continue to see it. Together we will create it. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Elevate Africa.
Thank you so very much, Ben. Now, before we bring up our first speaker to give us the opening remarks this morning, permit me to recognize further, all the way from Uganda, His Royal Majesty, Umukama of Toro Kingdom, Oyo Nyimba Kabamba Iguru Rukidi IV. A round of applause, please. We also have with us the Honorable Minister of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Minister for Youth, Dr. Jamila Bio Ibrahim. Very welcome. Also present here, seated across the room, we have our distinguished speakers, panelists, moderators, whom at some point would be introducing in the course of the convening. A round of applause, please, for them. And very quickly, to give us the welcome remarks, I'd like to invite on stage the co-founder, Ace Analytics, in the person of Daniel Ikwenobe. Now, just before Daniel comes on stage, earlier today you had heard the beautiful sounds of the Royal Iwere Choir. Together with the performance, they will be opening up, and then following that, Daniel will come on stage with his remarks. A round of applause for them as we have the opening ceremony.
It's a message to Mother Africa. Beautiful, rich, powerful Mother Africa. Your children need you. It is time to rise again. The gift of diversity that you have given to your children is slowly becoming its downfall. We ask that you rise. Africa, we ask that you stand up and let the world know who you are. Africa,
Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the convening by Elevate Africa, the Africa we see. And on that note, I'd like to invite for the welcome remarks, co-founder ACE Analytics, Daniel Ikwenobe.
Good morning. Good morning, distinguished guests. With your permission, for the sake of time, I would like to stand on existing protocols. It is with immense pride and purpose that I welcome you to Elevate Africa convening. Today marks the beginning of a new chapter in Africa's story. We are here not just as participants, but as architects of a bold vision. A vision to elevate Africa in leadership, culture, trade, innovation, and positive narratives. We are inspired by the extraordinary leadership of His Royal Majesty Ogiame Atuwatse III, the Olu of Warri Kingdom, and Her Royal Majesty Olori Atuwatse III, the Queen Consort. Their unwavering belief in Africa's future and their generous commitment have brought us here. They understand, as we do, that Africa's best days are ahead, and it is up to us to seize the moment. Elevate Africa is not just a movement, it is a call to action. We are here to elevate how Africans see themselves and how the world perceives us as a people. The challenges before us require bold leadership, new narratives, and purposeful collaboration. Africa's time is now. We are here to elevate African leadership. Far too long, our leadership has been defined by others. Today, we define it for ourselves. Our leaders are capable, visionary, and connected to their people. We are here to show that African leadership is rising, leading the way in unity, integrity, and progress. We're here to elevate African culture, Africa's rich heritage, vibrant language, and creativity will shape the global narrative. We are reclaiming our stories not as a continent in need, but as a continent of power, resilience, and innovation. We are here to elevate African trade and finance. Africa is home to the fastest growing economies. With the African Continental Free Trade Agreement or Free Trade Area, we present a market of 1.4 billion people ready to transform the global economy. Africa is not just a participant in trade, we are a driver of global commerce. We are here to elevate African infrastructure. Our roads, ports, and digital networks are the lifeblood of our future growth. Through partnerships, we will build the infrastructure that connects us to each other and the world. We are here to elevate African narratives. Today, we reclaim our story, a story of strength, of vision, and leadership. The world will see Africa not through struggle, but through triumph. But most importantly, we are here to elevate the reality of African leadership. The world needs leadership that unites, not divides, that solves problems, not creates them. The global challenges we face today, from conflict to climate change, demand leadership rooted in values, and that is what Elevate Africa is all about. Values-driven leadership, united for peace, security, and progress. At the core of Elevate Africa are three pillars. The first is the convening, the annual gathering where we forge meaningful collaboration and set the agenda for Africa's future. This is more than a discussion. It is a launchpad for transformation. The second in the pillar is the fellowship, which develops young, middle career, and senior leaders across Africa to drive change in areas like leadership, trade, and culture. These fellows will create positive narratives and shape the continent's future. The third is the think tank. A custodian of thought leadership will capture and drive ideas we generate. This is where Africa's solutions are turned into actions and policies that shape the world. Today, I call on all of you, join us, be part of this movement to elevate Africa. Let's build an Africa where our leadership sets the global standards, where our culture inspires, and where our economies thrive. The future belongs to us, and together we will elevate Africa from Warri to the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that speech deserves a loud round of applause. Thank you so much for that charge. As a welcome remark this morning, Daniel Nobe, for just charging us up this morning and setting the tone for what we're here for this morning, and also introducing or perhaps explaining a bit further what Elevate Africa hopes to do. He talked about it not just being a movement, but a call to action, and also that it's time for Africa. It's Africa's time. Can we echo that, please? It's Africa's time. Absolutely. It was the president of Rwanda, His Excellency Paul Kagame, in 2013, who said, Africa's story has been written by others. We need to own our problems and solutions and write our stories. And that's what we're doing at Elevate Africa. Before I bring up the next item on the agenda this morning, please permit me to recognize a few more people in the room. We're very delighted to be able to host such eminent personalities, and honor must be given to whom honor is due. That's how we do it in Africa. Celebration and, of course, honor. With the second lady, her entourage, she's come with a distinguished entourage of women in whom in their own right are distinguished. And please, let's welcome very warmly the wife of the Minister of Steel, Hajia Kautume Megiri. Please, let's clap louder so they'll come next year. Thank you. Also, we have the wife of the Minister of Environment, Hajia Abbas Lawan. Thank you. We also have the wife of the Minister of Special Duties, Mrs. Florence Gisalo. Also present here is the wife of the former governor of Bayelsa State and immediate past minister of petroleum here in the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Her Excellency Mrs. Timipre Silva. We're also honored to have with us the presence of His Eminence, Alhaji Mohammed Sayed Abubakar, CFR, MNI, the Sultan of Sokoto, hereby represented by Professor Ahmed Tijani Mora, OON, MNI. We also have our very distinguished chiefs from the Warri Kingdom. Please, can we recognize them and celebrate them this morning? Thank you very much, sirs. On that note, at this point, I'd like to kindly ask that you turn your attention to the screen. We have a very short documentary for you as we proceed with today's program.
Warri is not just a location on the map. It is a mindset, a way of being that defies boundaries and challenges limitations. It is where elegance meets vision, where resilience is born from dignity, and where individual carries the legacy of a proud people. Warri is a movement, a collective spirit that moves mountains with the force of unity and grace. It is a sound that resonates with joy, echoing the strength and vibrancy of a community that knows its worth. Warri is where history dances with the future, where every heartbeat tells a story of triumph and transformation. It is a beacon of hope, a testament to what can be achieved when elegance, vision, and dignity walk hand in hand. Warri is not just where you come from. It is who you are, who you can become. And that, above all, Warri is our pride.
Even to go on with the analogy of the elephant, it's not domesticated. At the same time, it's not exactly wild. People would think jungle. People would think excitement, adventure. But it holds its own. The elephant, it defends its own. It's very caring. Does not forget long memory. The way Africa, I believe, has endured a lot. But still, elephants are not bound by that long memory that they have absorbed. They are still optimistic in their outlook. They persevere, they keep going, they survive, they thrive, actually. Not afraid to even go back and revisit harsh land when situations and circumstances force them to do so. But still, it keeps coming full circle. Keeps coming full circle, despite all the culture, harsh environments, the wild animals, human activity. They keep coming back full circle. That also sticks out when I hear your question. I mean, it may not directly answer, but I'm just throwing it out as I receive it.
The Africa we see is a golden tapestry of trust and resilience, where distinct tribes unite with unwavering strength, weaving a legacy of faith, brotherhood, and endless possibility. The Africa we see. The Africa we see isn't coming. It's not in the future. It's not far off. It's here. It's now. It's uncompromising, unbending, unyielding. It isn't just about hope. It's about action. It's about riding the wave of what's already happening beneath the surface, where roots of resilience run deep and innovation rises from the soil. Long before we wrote our histories, we spoke them. From the griots in Mali who carry the wisdom of kings, to the elders in Namibia who keep the traditions alive, storytelling isn't just something we do. It's who we are. In every market in Lagos, every village in Uganda, and every city in Morocco, our stories travel faster than any news. This is how we stay connected, from the mountains of Ethiopia to the forests of the Congo, one continent, a million voices, one story. But let's not kid ourselves. Our story is still being written. The Africa we see, it's only just getting started. And this time, we're the authors of our own narrative.
And this time, we are the authors of our own narratives. This is Africa. And as we've said again and again, and perhaps we'll echo this throughout the 2 days of this summit, of this convening, the Africa we see, it's time for Africa. Now, just before we bring up the next speaker, earlier on I'd recognized two very distinguished monarchs, and in our culture, in the way that we do things, if not just on the African continent, but at least in Warri Kingdom. We are very elaborate in our celebration. I'm sure a lot of people who walked through the doors this morning felt really appreciated by the grand welcome they received on coming here. True or false? Okay, I know this is a convening, and I know that we are very, very serious, and we just can't wait to get into the conversations. So many things happening to us in Africa. We need solutions right now, so let's get to business. In a moment, we'll get to that. But please help me tell somebody, relax. You know, the beautiful thing about the Warri Kingdom is a mix of seriousness, and also when you enter the pidgin aspect of things, then you relax, but you still get work done. So in that way, the reason I had to really get you to relax, because the next thing I'd like us to do is that I'd like us to really, really celebrate the kings, the monarchs who've traveled from very far to come here to Nigeria. We want to leave them with an impression of what a Nigerian welcome feels like. This is the city of Abuja, the federal capital territory, the seat of power, the epicenter of this great nation. And more than ever, we want them to feel like they have come to Nigeria, a catalyst, pace setter when we talk about the development and the Africa that we see. So can you join me, please? I will mention their names again, and please, from very, very far, traveled mountains, crossed seas, and come really, really far. Please, once again, with an African Nigerian welcome. Let's make very welcome His Royal Majesty, Omukama of Atuwatse Kingdom. You know how we do it in Nigeria, and say, hey, as I'm saying it, I'm hailing the person. This room is too quiet for this kind of celebration. So as I'm saying it, if you can agree with me on that one, please help me hail and clap and celebrate so that he truly knows that he's very welcome here in Nigeria. Once again, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, all the way from Uganda, thank you, from Uganda, His Royal Majesty, Omukama of Atuwatse Kingdom, Oyo Nyimba Kabam Iguru, Rukidi the Fourth. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let's make him feel very welcome. Your Royal Majesty, sir, thank you so much for coming. We do not take it for granted. We honor you, we celebrate you, and we are thankful that you could come. This is a critical conversation, and we need all key stakeholders on board to be able to really discuss. And then, of course, even though he's right here in Nigeria, but we know how big the expanse of this land is. And so even when you're traveling, especially in a city like this, where sometimes traffic can make a 30-minute journey be as far as maybe an hour, but that's what we're talking about today. We'll fix transport and traffic by God's grace. But please let's make very welcome one more time, representing His Eminence Alhaji Muhammad Syed Abubakar, CFR, MNI, the Sultan of Sokoto, Professor Ahmed Tijani Mora, OON, MNI. If you know how to make a noise, please make us woo! Thank you so much, sir. We honor you. Thank you.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the next person I'm about to bring up is very important. Brings to bear my experience in Warri, teaching before Christmas at Iyara in a primary school. We wanted the children to understand Christmas. So we told the little child, why did Jesus die? The Warri child just looked at me and said, 9 times rich. I asked the child, I said, what would you love to become in future? He said, I would love to become a pharmacist. He said, why do you want to be a pharmacist? He said, I love farming. Warri is a wonderful place. And I had my teeth caught in Urobo College. So I learned a lot back there working. But distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the person I'm about to bring up is royalty. who endures targeting women and children, including captains of industry. Her story is told around the era and other communities that she visits, not wondering, not counting her toes as royalty. But ladies and gentlemen, she's compassionate and dedicated advocate for women and children. With a regal presence, she embodies grace and strength and tirelessly championing social causes. Her visionary leadership shines through her initiatives, one, especially the one dedicated to her dad. But for us, it is our work with people that is more importantly. The fact that she comes to you not as royalty, but as a human being is something many other monarchs and their wives need to learn. So distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, permit me to welcome the radiant Queen of Warri, whose grace and compassion illuminates the lives of those around her, a tireless advocate for women and children, and she leads the wisdom and fierce commitment for social justice. Please put your hands together for Her Royal Majesty, Olori Atuwatse III. Please put your hands together properly.
Wow, what a welcome. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Before I begin, please permit me to recognize and appreciate the presence of our dear First Lady of the Republic of Nigeria, hereby represented by the Second Lady and the wife of the Vice President, Hajia Nana Shettima. Thank you so much, Ma. It is an honor to have you here with us. I'd also like to recognize the presence of the Vice President of Gambia, His Excellency Mohammed B.S. Jallow, represented by the High Commissioner of the Gambia to Nigeria. We welcome you. I'd like to recognize our royal fathers, and permit me if I'm going to be a little bit biased on this one. His Majesty, Ogiame, Atuwatse III, CFR, God bless you. I'd like to recognize His Majesty Rukidi IV of the Toro Kingdom in Uganda. We welcome you. It's been a pleasure hosting you over the last few days, and we're very sure that ties with our kingdoms will foster much, much growth and development for all of us. I'd like to recognize the presence of the former president of Kosovo, the first ever female president, a dear friend, Her Excellency Atifete Yehaga. Lovely to see you, Ma. Welcome. I'd like to recognize the presence of the First Lady of Kwara State, Her Excellency Ambassador Olufolake Abdulrazak. Welcome. Thank you for joining us here. Members of the National Assembly here present, I'd like to recognize the Honorable Minister. I call her my super minister, the Minister of Youth, Honorable Jamila Bio Ibrahim. Lovely to see you. Welcome. Welcome. Ambassadors, members of the diplomatic corps here present. I'd also especially like to give a warm welcome to our distinguished speakers. I could go on and on and on because we have an array of such notable figures that have come to celebrate with us here today. But I want to especially mention the Lord Mayor of Entebbe, Lord Fabrice Rulinda, a dear friend. We welcome you. I'd also like to give special welcome to Kim Schofield, a member of the Georgia House of Representatives. We welcome you. They've flown from around Nigeria, they've flown from around Africa and the world to witness this momentous occasion. I think we can give them a better round of applause. Thank you so much. And to all of you, ladies and gentlemen, who have come to elevate how the world sees our continent, please give yourselves a round of applause. Thank you for believing in a brighter and bigger Africa. Now, you know that moment when you hear a particular accent in a movie and your brain instantly switches to, here comes the villain. Or when they mention an African country and you brace yourself, knowing that the narrative that they're about to push is not a very good one. You see, His Majesty is quite the storyteller, and every time we watch movies, he's able to predict the end right from the beginning. And that's the power of storytelling. Now, I want to flip the script. Think about the city that pops to mind when I say romance, or countries that you associate with first-rate education or excellent healthcare. We all have clear mental images, don't we? Yeah. Now, certain industries in certain countries, through the power of storytelling, have repeatedly painted vivid pictures in our minds. And the byproduct of those stories, they're shaping our subconscious perception of the countries and their citizens. People flock to the latter countries that I described, spending millions of their hard-earned money, sending their children to school for education, or paying an arm and a leg for healthcare, or even just going to experience what they've imagined and seen through stories in these other countries. But on the other hand, we try to avoid the first set of countries that I mentioned earlier. That's why sometimes it's frustrating to see the same tired narratives about Africa being recycled in our media, as if we're nothing more than our challenges, as if we lack the creativity and the skills to propel our own continent forward. Yes, we have issues, but show me a continent that doesn't. We are more than our issues. For decades, the world has turned to certain types of development agencies to predict and chart the course of Africa, and to the Western media, who aren't even based here, to define who and what Africa is. But they barely scratch the surface, you can't blame them, of what truly Africa is. However, their narratives perpetually infiltrate our very sense of self, both at home and abroad. When you work so closely with everyday people like I do at a community level, you come to see the pure gold in our people. Our people are resilient. Can we please give a hand to ourselves? Our people are innovative. Our people are joyful. Our people are light. And this is the Africa that we see. Our people are light. Some of that light is already shining brightly on the world stage. We just came back from London and a few cities abroad, and throughout every city, I would guarantee you that I can hear Afrobeats jamming through the shops and the restaurants. Everybody's nodding their head. So some of the light is already shining brightly, but yet there is more light to be uncovered, waiting to be uncovered on the continent right here, right now. We have brilliant minds and incredible stories that are yearning for someone to take a chance on them. And this is where Elevate Africa comes in. Now, I want to address the proverbial elephant in the room. I know most of you will say, why Elevate Africa? Why not elevate Nigeria? You see, with the surge of globalization and the world becoming more and more a global village, the traditional ideology of nationhood does not quite serve us when it comes to development anymore. It's becoming less and less pragmatic for one nation to say they want to grow and develop by themselves. Nations need nations to thrive. We see this because China, for example, is depending on raw materials from the Democratic Republic of Congo to make their economies work. And so is Switzerland, depending on raw materials from Ivory Coast to make sure that they sell those nice chocolate bars we buy at the airport every time. Nations need nations to thrive. One nation cannot thrive alone. Elevate Africa is Pan-African because history has shown us that our divisions are our downfall. Nigeria is the first chapter, and I say this biasly, in Africa's book, but to limit this project to one nation is to limit our horizons. We want to elevate not a country, but we want to elevate a people. We want to elevate a people not bound by the commonwealth of their problems. We want to elevate a people that are bound by potential and are bound by their shared destinies. And so in Elevate Africa, We want to crowdsource ideas. We want to fund solutions. We want to showcase Africa's brilliance to the world. For years, we've been itching to do something to change the narrative about Africa, but we didn't just wait around. We started right in our communities and we scaled up. And the moments where we find hidden gems, like the 24-year-old visually impaired Peace Ogenetejiro, a tech innovator who came up with a tech solution to help blind people read ebooks. Those moments are electric, and they don't only change the lives of those directly affected by them, they change the lives of the communities around them. And so through the work we do, it became more obvious that we needed and we still need dedicated homegrown spaces across Africa and its diaspora to incubate ideas, to prefer solutions to our regional shared problems, and to tell our stories. We need to tell our stories. Not just the stories of African outliers and unicorns, but everyday innovators like Peace Ogenetejiro making a difference. Elevate Africa, like you've heard being said on this stage already, it's not a mission. No, it's not a movement. That's too whimsical. Elevate Africa is a mandate. It is a call to action to do exactly that, to elevate Africa. It is time for us to elevate our solutions and begin to reclaim our narratives and our stories. It is time for Africans to show the world just how innovative and how unstoppable we are, not in America, but here in Africa. Our organizations, like Daniel said, stands on 3 transformative pillars: our convenings, our fellowships, and the media. All 3 will work together to promote African solutions to African problems. Our convenings, such as this, will gather the brightest minds from across the continent and its diaspora: government leaders, CEOs, community builders, tech innovators, social change makers. And please understand that we are not chasing titles, we are chasing impact, right? And so we want leaders that are making impact in their various spheres, because our focus is not only on great ideas, but on greater actions. So this isn't just another dialogue that's happening here today. Our convening is a breeding ground for solutions. From our convenings, we will funnel these ideas into actions through our fellowship, which will be launched here today as well. In our fellowship, we seek to nurture minds who understand Africa's unique challenges and have the skill set to address them. For too long, the world has relied on foreign agencies to speak for us. We need our own institutions producing impactful work through research in books and documentaries, advocating for our change where it matters. Through our fellowships, we are incubating brilliance. And so if you know any mid-career professionals who want to contribute, please tell them that Africa is waiting for them. Finally, through Elevate Africa Media, we are rewriting the narrative. For too long, the world has shaped its view of Africa through a narrow lens, ignoring our complex and rich realities. Through diverse platforms, we seek to tell the authentic African story, those solving problems across the continent. These stories, we hope, will restore our sense of identity. These stories, we hope, will evangelize our high population youth to not only celebrate Africa, but believe in Africa again. In years to come, it is our hope that the solutions and the stories from our 3 agencies will make life much more prosperous for Africans everywhere. It is our hope that a boy in Ethiopia will know that without a doubt, he's just as valued and just as worthy as his counterpart in any global city. A researcher in Chad will have access to the tools to do groundbreaking work, and we're here to do our part in making it a reality. To be clear, we're not here to compete with any established organizations. No, We're here to collaborate and we're here to amplify the work that is already being done within Africa. Africa is a giant waiting to be awakened. Imagine what could happen in your sector, in any industry, when we all here tap into and invest ourselves in the brilliance that is already here. Think about the richness of Africans' minds. Think about the innovations to be harnessed. Think about the potentials to be actualized. We have so much to offer that will solve our issues in education, in gender equality, economic growth, and decent work, and climate action. Our job is just to create the right conditions to make it happen by telling the right stories. Because when people begin to see what is possible through hearing it, they begin to understand and it triggers a reaction. You've heard it say that it takes a village to raise a child. Well, then it will take all of us in this room and beyond to raise our continent to her destined greatness. I invite you all today to join us as we invest in African ideas, as we invest in African solutions, and as we invest in African stories. Together, unstoppably, we will create the Africa we see. We will build Africa into who she was always meant to be, a giant among the League of Nations. God bless the Warri Kingdom. God bless Nigeria. And God bless Africa. Thank you all so much for listening to me.
I'm sure you'd agree with me that deserves a standing ovation. What a speech. What a charge. What a reminder of who we are. The greatness of the people of Africa. Africa rising. Thank you so much. Thank you. How are your Majesty, Olori Atuwatse III, the Queen Consort of Warri Kingdom? I don't know about you, but I mean, it happens usually when she speaks. But in particularly today, it was like fire shot up in my bones and a pride reignited to be African. So proud to be African and particularly African at a time like this. We all have the opportunity to change the course and the destiny of this great continent. And we all have a responsibility to do so as well. And so that's why today and tomorrow, it's a breeding ground for solutions. Honestly, my voice is emotional because I feel that was so emotive in terms of the words that she spoke and the reality and the truth in every single sentence. 4 words or 4 things, and I'll bring up our next speaker for the goodwill message. Resilient people, innovative people, and I thought very important, the third one, a joyful people. Despite everything that's happened to us, we're still regarded as some of the happiest people in the world. That's something to celebrate. And of course, the people of light. We are no longer the dark continent. We are the continent of light. And so thank you so very much, Your Royal Majesty, for that powerful, brilliant charge. And thank you so much for setting the ball rolling with Elevate Africa. On that note, we have a few of our distinguished guests today whom would like to speak or hear them speak as they'll be speaking to us in the next few minutes, bringing us goodwill messages. First on that list, you've heard how far she's traveled. A member of the Georgia House of Representatives in the United States of America, Representative Kim Schofield. Please, can we make her feel very welcome as she comes on stage? Thank you. Don't forget, we're a joyful people. Can we joyfully welcome her on stage? Thank you.
Ona, good morning. Otutu Ama. From Georgia, we say, what's up, y'all? Distinguished guests, leaders, and visionary. Thank you, Her Excellency. That speech, I almost want to give you my notes because that was everything and more. I am Representative Kim Schofield from the great state of Georgia. It's an honor and a privilege to stand before you today as we elevate Africa's transformative vision, the Africa we see, a vision that transcends borders, bridges the divide, forges relationships, and unlocks the boundless potential that resides within the heart of this great continent. Elevate Africa is not just a platform. It's an active movement, a commitment to fostering deep relationships, connections, empowering solutions, and rewriting the narrative of Africa as a global leader in innovation, resilience, humanity, and unity. We see Africa not just as a continent, but as a force, a collective power that shapes nations, cultures, and individuals. We're poised to take and shape the future of the world through the media and beyond. They will see Africa. At the core of Elevate Africa's mandate, had to change that word, is the recognition that Africa's greatest asset is its people. The wealth of knowledge, trends, traditions, experiences, history, and innovations that exists will and must be celebrated, nurtured, and shared. When? Now. And today, you are here because we've convened together. We brought the best of both worlds. Global leaders, national leaders, tomorrow's leaders, today's leaders, collective thinkers are in this room. And you and I both know that true transformation lies in the multi-level knowledge of transfer of power and exchange of relationships. It's not just about what you learn or hear, but what you will share and how you will implement and take action. Let me be clear. This is where the magic will happen. When we come together and share our experiences, exchange best practices, and align our efforts toward this common goal, we just don't create partnerships. We build a future. Many are called and few are chosen. Look around you. You're the chosen ones. Today, you are both called and chosen. Through strategic partnerships, Elevate Africa is helping to amplify the voices of those who are often unheard, misunderstood, or have been silenced. We're not just facilitating dialogues just to hear ourselves. Where I come from, Kim stands for Keep It Moving. So I came all this way because there's an action, a call to do it right now. And we are building bridges and collaborations across sectors, not only for just solving problems, but lasting solutions. And it's the strength in the African communities which we stand upon. So whether it's in business, trade, economics, renewable energy, education, film, or the arts, we know that Africa's today will be shaped by its people and the lessons we learn from each other. Let us be committed to empowering Africa through our shared experiences and reflect on the unique challenges. A challenge is just an opportunity to do it a different way. And let's foster our approach with dignity, ownership, and accountability. Let's leave our egos at the door. Africa is telling a new story, one that is positive, empowering, transparent, and authentic. It's built on the foundation of strength. It's a place of hope, resilience, inspiration, innovation, and the spirit of its people. Together, your presence means we are not only shaping the narrative, but creating this space that moves us into the future. When one rises, we all arise. So look ahead. during our time together. Let's continue to foster alignment and celebrate transformative vision that elevates Africa, brings to the world. Let us continue to power Africa together. One story, one solution, one partnership at a time. This is the Africa we see, an Africa brimming with potential, a continent with future shaped by its people, for its people, and shared with the world. From Atlanta to Abuja, we're glad you're here. And God bless you. God bless Abuja. Elevate Africa. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Representative Kim Schofield. One more time as she takes her seat, a round of applause for her, please. Many are called, few are chosen. And like she said, you are one of the chosen ones. And so together, can we say, I am chosen? No, you need to say it so you really believe it. And then when we go out there, we know that we become ambassadors of Elevate Africa. I am chosen. I have a responsibility. Okay, I'll come back to Nigeria now because my accent is about to move to the United States of America following her speech. Thank you so much, ma'am. And next to give us a goodwill speech, Her Majesty had spoken about her when she was speaking, a dear friend of the House and a former president of the Republic of Kosovo, Her Excellency Atuwatse Yaga. A round of applause, please, as she comes on stage. Can we please give her a good round of applause? A good welcome.
Nabora sana boydo. Nabora lang kundara.
Una, good morning, all. Did it well? Well, Your Royal Majesty, King Ogiame Atuwatse III, Your Royal Majesty, Queen Olori Atuwatse III, First Lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, dear Elevate Africa team, esteemed guests, dear ladies and gentlemen. It is truly a special moment to be here with you all today in the heart of Abuja, surrounded by its warmth, generous, and wonderful people. Being here takes me back to 3 years ago when I was on a special mission with NDI monitoring the process of passing the gender bill, a constitutional amendment that marked an important step towards gender equality in Nigeria. Every time I return, I see more positive changes and fills me with hope for the future of this country. So, my dear friends, when I first learned about Elevate Africa, I was struck by its mission, an initiative which is reshaping the way the world sees Africa, using the power of media to tell the stories of the African people. It showcases Africa's rich history, its culture, and the incredible homegrown solutions that are helping build a brighter future for the younger generations. I'm well aware of the dominant stereotypes that often define Africa in the global narrative: poverty, conflict, and underdevelopment. But let me tell you how I see Africa through my eyes. I see a continent rich in culture, diversity, and creativity, where communities are resilient, innovative, and deeply connected to their roots. I see young people driving change, entrepreneurs building solutions to local challenges, and a wealth of natural beauty that is second to none. Africa, to me, it is not defined by its struggles, but by its incredible potential, its spirit of unity, and its boundless hope for the future. The resilience of the Nigerian people, their kindness, and their deep connection to their heritage stand out as some of the many things that make this country so special. Which is why it resonates so much with my own people in Kosovo and the joint values we share. Kosovo remains unrecognized as a state by many countries in the world. However, I use distinguished platforms such as this one to raise awareness and talk about my own people in order to deconstruct the narratives dominating in the political, economic, and the social sphere. My country and its people deserve recognition all levels. My dear friends, we all know that there is still a lot of work to be done. There are far too many misconceptions and stereotypes about Africa, and they continue to dominate the narrative similar to my own country, Kosovo. But it's a time to change that. It's time for the world to see Africa and countries in the global south for what they really are, places of innovation, strength, and place of hope. Platforms of discussion and exchange such as this one are crucial to dismantling these incorrect facts about the Africa. In this spirit, I would like to pay a special thanks to His Royal Majesty, Ogiame Atuwatse III, and Her Royal Majesty, my dear friend, Olori Atuwatse III, for their visionary efforts. As leaders of this country, they exemplify the kind of transformational leadership Africa needs. They are not just leading their people, but helping to shape a new narrative for Africa, one where Africans are seen for who they really are. Which brings me to my next point, my dear audience members, the importance of leadership and effective governance. I understand what it means to inherit a country that is often marginalized in international discourse, weighed down by stereotypes and misconceptions. A country scarred by war, historically oppressed, and where the voices of its people, especially youth and women, have been silenced or overlooked. Yet, beneath these layers of pain and misunderstanding lies the story of the resilience, of strength, and hope. It is a story of communities rebuilding, of women rising despite being left on the margins, and of a nation's determination to redefine its narrative and reclaim its rightful place at the global stage. I would like, my dear friends, to share my personal journey as the first elected woman president of Kosovo, the youngest and the only one in the region at the time. A curse and a blessing, some would say. After completing my education in a parallel system, a consequence of the Serbian regime closure of the Albanian schools, I was determined to contribute to the rebuilding of my country after a devastating war. A war left families shattered, people missing, countless women and men subjected to the horrific violence, and hundreds and thousands displaced from their homes. I began my journey in the public service by joining the security forces, an institution in which people had lost trust and where women faced significant stigma. Through the hard work and dedication, I slowly climbed the institutional ladder, eventually leading the institution at a very young age. I managed to receive the position of the 5-star general, quite something for a 30-year-old woman. I thought I would retire from the Kosovo police, I did retire, but at a young age and only to receive an even more burdensome duty, that of the President of the Republic of Kosovo. My commitment to integrity and transparency made me a strong candidate for the presidency during the political crisis of 2011. In the first round of voting, I was elected by the parliament, gaining the support of all political parties, despite not belonging to any of them. I thought the biggest challenge, my dear friends, would be gaining the acceptance of all political functions and fractions. But little did I know, the real tests were just to begin for me. As a young person, I was constantly underestimated. My abilities questioned simply because of my age. Many couldn't fathom that someone so young would take on such a significant role in shaping the future of our country. There were whispers about my lack of experience and the unspoken expectation that I should wait my turn. But I had seen enough to know that waiting wasn't an option, and that fresh perspectives were exactly what the country and my people needed in exactly that time. As a woman, the challenges were even greater. I had to operate within a deeply entrenched system of patriarchy and misogyny. The expectations of women were clear: to stay silent, to stay small, and to stay invisible. There were many who believed a woman had no place in leadership, especially in the post-conflict society, where strength was often equated with masculinity. I had to prove time and again that my gender didn't define my capacity to lead. The scrutiny was relentless. My decisions, my character, even my appearance were all dissected through a lens of the sexism. But I refused to let these obstacles diminish my efforts. Instead, they fueled my determination to break the mold and to show that women could not only lead, but thrive in position of power, even in the most challenging circumstances. I followed a do no harm approach throughout my entire presidential mandate. I wanted at least to lead the institution as I found it, not worse, which was traditionally the practice in the country. When I finished my mandate, my dear friends, back in 2016, not only did I leave the institution better than I found it, but I left it with more women and young people in the key leadership positions. So, my dear friends and the members of this audience, throughout my leadership journey, I've learned a few key lessons that have shaped how I approach governance, helping to make it more effective and more inclusive. And I want to share some of those with you this morning. As first, trusting my intuition. I always trusted my gut instincts and allowed them to guide me, driving by a genuine desire to create positive change, not by a thirst for power or wealth. It's easy to get caught up in the pursuit of the status, but for me, the real reward has always been in knowing I was making a difference for my country and my people. Second, speaking the truth, no matter the cost. There were countless times when I had to stand in rooms filled with skepticism, where people doubted my competence and judgment simply because I was young or because I was a woman. But it didn't back me down, ever. I spoke my truth even when it wasn't easy, And over time, I've proved the doubters wrong through actions and not the other words. Third, believing in young people and women. I always believed in the potential of young people and the power of women and girls to make a difference. In every opportunity, I gave them not just a voice, but a real decision-making power. I created space for them to thrive because I knew their perspectives and energy were crucial to building a better future for all of us. Fourth, leading by an example. I never asked anyone to do something I wasn't willing to do myself first. Whether it was working late into the night, making difficult decisions, or staying true to our shared mission, I led by example, demonstrating the kind of commitment and integrity I expected from others to do. And the fifth and the last one, never compromising on my values. No matter how much pressure I faced, I never wavered in my values or what I stood for. There were opportunities to take shortcuts, to make deals that didn't align with my principles. But, of course, I refused. I knew that lasting change would only come if we stayed true to our beliefs, even when the path forward wasn't that easy. Leadership, my dear friends, is not for the faint-handed. However, by following those guiding principles and constantly reminding myself to put youth, women, girls, and traditionally underrepresented groups at the forefront of my decision-making and policies, I managed to successfully finish my mandate and serve as an example to the other generation of youth and women who aspire to follow a similar career trajectory as mine. These lessons, my dear fans, have guided me not just a leader, but as a human being, as a person. And I believe they are the foundation of governance that truly serves the people. People should be at the heart of the policies and at the core of the decision-making, because we do this for them. Leaders are only there to serve for the best interest of the people. And this is a reminder that I continuously made to myself, and a reminder with which I want to leave this audience, my dear friends, today. So, Your Majesty, King Atuwatse, Your Majesty, Queen Atuwatse, thank you very much for such a warm welcome once again. And I wish you a fruitful and productive discussions in this gathering with such a rich agenda. This country and people are truly lucky, not saying even a continent, and blessed to have leaders and the visionary people such yourself. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Another round of applause will be in order. Thank you very much. Well spoken from Kosovo. Thank you with a very, very deep message for Africa. And we thank you for speaking to us. We're taking a few more messages, but very clearly so. We will work together to make sure that we are able to get this quickly. And I'm really touched when I come up and I see people dressed in the African, particularly the Niger Delta attire, with special bias to the Warri kingdom. I remembered once a man had said, somebody just looked at a rich man in Warri and told him, he said, money cannot buy happiness. And the Warri man looked at him and said, who told you that the money I'm looking for is happiness I want to buy? I know what I want to buy is not happiness. A very young man walked up to me once and said he wanted to start a business in Warri and I should get him connection with a bank. I said, what kind of bank do you want? He said, I want a bank that will give me a loan and leave me alone. I said, there's no such bank. You can't get it. But here today we have people who have been called, and tomorrow night we'll be unveiling ambassadors who in themselves will tell the African story by their attitude, by their integrity, and by what they say. I think we should elevate Africa with an applause. The next speaker is a great woman. She had studied history as a first degree, went on to have a postgraduate in mass communication and a master's in international law and diplomacy. She had become eventually conferred with a Doctor of Science in Excellence, Global and Social Empowerment by the European American University. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, she is, of course, one who is a celebrated wife, a great mother, and an ambassador of sorts. She's the chairperson of the Nigerian Governors Spouses Forum. May I especially welcome the First Lady of Kwara State, Ambassador Professor Mrs. Olufolake Abdulrazak. Please put your hands together for her.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's such a packed room, and the view from here is amazing. I would like to recognize Her Excellency, the First Lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Her Excellency Senator Oluremi Tinubu, CON, ably represented by Her Excellency the Second Lady and the wife of the Vice President, Hajia Nana Kashim Shettima, Excellencies, and all present here, permit me to warmly celebrate our hosts of today, the Olu of Warri, Ogiame Atuwatse III, Her Royal Majesty Olori Atuwatse III, Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Royal Majesties, and everyone here present, permit me to rest on the already well-established protocol. There's so many people here today. It is indeed a great pleasure for me to be part of this maiden global convening of Elevate Africa, themed the Africa We See Conference. Thank you to the Elevate Africa team for this kind invitation to speak at this conference, and I commend His Royal Majesty, the Olu of Warri, Ogiame Atuwatse III, CFR, and Her Royal Majesty, Olori Atuwatse III, for spotlighting and empowering African solutions through this very laudable initiative. The theme of this convening, the Africa We See, is in alignment with the Agenda 2063 Africa Strategic Framework that aims to deliver on the goals of inclusive and sustainable development and is a concrete manifestation of the Pan-Africa drive for unity, self-determination, freedom, progress, and collective prosperity. The essence of Agenda 2063 was driven by the realization of Africa leaders that there was a need to refocus and reprioritize Africa's agenda from the struggle against apartheid and the attainment of political independence for the continent to prioritizing inclusive social and economic development, continental and regional integration, democratic governance, and peace and security, amongst other issues aimed at repositioning Africa to become a dominant player in the global arena. Today's convening, no doubt, also creates an ambitious pathway into reshaping the narrative of the African continent through the power of media, showcasing Africa's rich history, culture, and evolving indigenous solutions to foster positive self-identity among young Africans, while also inspiring a new generation of African leaders and thinkers to ensure that the continent's rich heritage and potentials are recognized globally. We know that Africa has a very young population. Nigeria in particular, 60% of our population is under 18. I am indeed pleased to be part of the new wave of change that is brewing in Africa as the scale of developmental strides sweep across the length and breadth of the continent is increasingly attracting global attention. An article in the New York Times not too long ago asserts that Africa's rising population, which is also the youngest in the world, is poised to position and transform the continent into a global economic powerhouse by 2050. This projection, however, is against the backdrop of the current revolutionary progress driven by young Africans in varied fields of endeavor. Today, African music, as Olori said, like Nigeria Afrobeat, is a global sensation enjoyed in major cities across the world. Same goes for Africa fashion, sports, and tech innovations. Excellencies, Your Royal Highnesses, distinguished guests, you will agree with me that the continent's sprouting innovation ecosystem, harnessed through an entrepreneurship and technological growth, sits at the pivot of its promising future and aligns with the Agenda 2030 and 2063. It is in this regard that I commend Your Royal Majesties for choosing to promote and inspire quality leadership among African youth, nurture the dream of African youth, and support the potential and ingenuity of African youth through the Elevate Africa platform. This drive, in my opinion, stands to draw Nigeria and indeed the continent towards sustainable development and positively spotlight our endowments. While challenges abound in this quest, education in African countries has continued to occupy unfavorable positions in the global ranking index. The surge of laudable innovations led by young African students across institutions is indeed promising, and the infusion of innovation-driven subjects into school curricula has in no small measure also hugely contributed to this progression. In Nigeria, entrepreneurship and introduction to technology subjects are compulsory for students starting in primary schools, with a view to engendering vocational abilities and produce more engineers, technicians, and innovators to propel a technologically driven economy in the country. Your Excellencies, Royal Highnesses, distinguished guests, we, Nigerian First Lady, Her Excellency is here, and she will tell you a little bit more about the Renewed Hope initiative of Her Excellency the First Lady. But we, as First Ladies, are the state champions, the state coordinators of this initiative by the First Lady, and you can be rest assured that her targets are the youth, women, and children, and we all play a vital role. At the Nigeria Governor Spouses Forum also, we remain committed to continue to promote these ideals, to support the most indigent in our respective states through the provision of scholarships, engaging in healthcare outreaches, promoting education among children, advocating against gender-based violence and other such societal ills, and the empowerment of women and youth. As you may be aware, in Kwara State, I'm the First Lady of Kwara State and the chairperson of the Nigeria Governor Spouses Forum. So I've spoken about what we do with the First Lady. So we operate on all these different fronts. So we work with Her Excellency and Her Excellency here. We work as a platform of First Ladies and then in our respective states. So I would like to talk to you a little bit about Kwara. And education stands as one of the main priorities of the state government under the leadership of His Excellency Malam Abdurrahman Abdurazak, and through the Leading Education Achievement and Reform Now, Kwara Learn initiative, the government has redefined education and learning in the state while also engendering women and youth inclusivity in governance. My office and the Ajike People Support Center also are promoting science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics, STEAM, among school children and promoting skills acquisition as a means of empowerment among women and youths in the state. Apart from other advocacies, we have also empowered women and youth farmers in the use of drones for precision farming to optimize efforts and increase their yield. Going forward, Africa must accelerate education and vocational and technical training in building the skills of the future. Particularly, greater emphasis should be placed on digitalization, mathematics, material sciences, biotechnology, engineering, artificial intelligence, robotics, and quantum computing, as these areas of academic endeavor will dominate the industrial revolution in the near future, and Africa must not be left behind. While today's event presents an avenue for us to celebrate our identity and cultural heritage as Africans, permit me at this juncture to enjoin us all to support Africa-led solutions and initiatives, foster partnerships between government, private sector, and civil society. Government cannot do it alone. Collectively, let us also stoke actions for shared responsibility, invest in Africa's human capital, unlock our economic potential, showcase the richness of our culture, and ultimately promote peace and stability across the continent. While I look forward to deliberations that would follow shortly, I thank you all, and I'm indeed glad to be part of this transformative journey to elevate Africa. Thank you very much.
Please put your hands together some more for her. Thank you very much, ma'am. We are honored to have you here. And I believe we'll be working together to make sure that all you are doing gets better, amplified across the African continent. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, every speaker has touched on what they are doing and what is being done. But there's one key thing I want to say that the Warri Monarch is doing, and that is allowing the voice of women to be heard. I think we should put our hands together for that. The Olori is suggesting that we should do a standing ovation. Please put your hands together especially for that. Thank you very much, Your Royal Majesty. I'll tell you that as a Warri boy, Amisoko actually, when I was 12, I was called to a gathering of elders. There were 2 women in that group. I was told to give them kola nuts. All the men were allowed to pick kola nuts. But the 2 women, I was just 12, and I was told to pick kola nut and give to them. It provoked something in my thoughts. I don't want to talk about royalty or tradition here, but I just think that what you're doing deserves commendation. Thank you very much. And because of that, I had asked a few questions, and there's an elder by the side who's helping me with a few things. And I looked at the entire Warri history. And I said before you, we should be able to celebrate the others too. We should be able to celebrate in 1480 the Olu Iniwa. We should also be able to celebrate Olu Ijije. We should also celebrate Olu Irame. Let's also celebrate Olu Ojoluwa. Together also we should be able to celebrate Olu Esigie. Also today, we should be able to celebrate Olu Atorongboye. Also today, we should be able to celebrate Olu Atuwatse I, who reigned between 1625 to 1644. We should also be able to celebrate Olu Ayenakwega. And today also, we should celebrate Olu Omoluyiri. And together also, we should celebrate Olu Abejoye. And tonight, this afternoon, we should celebrate Olu Akenjoye. We are celebrating also Olu Omagboye, as we celebrate also Olu Akengboye. Also, we celebrate Olu Atogboa, and we celebrate Olu Erejuwa I, who reigned between 1760 and 1795. Olu Akengboa is also noted today, and we also call with nostalgia the 80 years of interregnum, but we know when things became back with the Giniwa II. Olu Giniwa II is also celebrated today because he brought back peace and calm between 1936 to 1949. We also specially celebrate Erejuwa II, and you know we have special ties there. But particularly for me is the 19th, who is the Ogiame Atuwatse II. We also want to specially celebrate him. Today we celebrate also the 20th Ogiame Ikenwole, as we also look back with nostalgia and greatly celebrate one today whom we refer to as Ogbowuru, as a former sin, as a Kun Pregede, as Jeneko or Sondada, as also Ogiame Suo. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, shall we rise properly as we honor His Royal Majesty Ogiame Atuwatse III, the Olori of Warri, for convening this. Thank you very much. Please put your hands together especially for him. Thank you very much. You may take your seats. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I hope someday to come over to Warri and get some entitlement to a small piece of land and a small traditional title. But ladies and gentlemen, the next, of course, is a very important speech. And I needed to put that background there because it's important that we speak from a position of knowledge. The next person I'm bringing is one who studied literature. And so I'll introduce her with something that sounds like a poem. In the heart of Kano, in the year of the golden sun, a daughter of Borno soil, born to Alhaji Usman, a Karuni spirit, strong and proud. In 1998, united with Kashim, together they forged a bond like woven cloth. For their love, 3 seeds of life took root. With her husband's guiding hand, she blossomed in purpose. A tender heart, she nurtured orphans and widows. In the dust of Maiduguri, a sanctuary arose with a model orphanage integrated school. She refuge for the lost, a beacon of hope amidst the shadows of sorrow. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, she braved the road, a lioness with courage aflame. When others were afraid to go to Chibok, she went to Chibok by road. Her deeds did not go unnoticed. The Sun newspaper described her as the most supportive first lady as at that time. Today, she stands as a most supportive co-wife to the first lady, a most supportive assistant to the first lady. May I especially welcome Her Excellency Hajia Nana Shettima, wife of the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and representative of Her Excellency, distinguished Senator Oluremi Tinubu CON, the First Lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And she speaks to us today about things that will come, things already happening, and how the presidency can work with our eyes to make sure that these dreams do not die young. Please put your hands together for her, the First Lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Thank you. Please be seated. Thank you so very much. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. His Excellency Mohammed Jallo, Vice President, Federal Republic of the Gabon, represented here. Her Excellency Amina Gourik Faki, former President of Mauritius. Her Excellency Atifati Jajaga, the former President of Kosovo. Her Excellency Joel Tyler, former Vice President of Liberia. Dr. Melinda Harris Barrow, Chairman and Executive Director of the Region Global Chamber of Commerce. Her Excellency Ambassador Professor Abdulrazaki, the First Lady of Kwara State, who is also the Chair Spouses of Governors, Nigerian Governors Forum. Dr. Jamila Bayo Ibrahim, Honorable Minister of Youth, here present. Representative Kem Sokofield, member of the Georgia House of Representatives, United States of America, here present. Jonita Shepard, Vice President, United Way of Greater Atlanta, Georgia, United States of America here present. Lord Faris Brown Rolinda, Mayor of the Etabram, the Republic of Uganda, the representative of the Sultan of Sokoto here present. Our other Royal Highness is here present. I also want to acknowledge His Royal Majesty, Omoka of Toro Kingdom, the Republic of Uganda, Hajia Zainab Abbas Lawan, wife of the Honorable Minister of Environment here present, Mrs. Florence Jasolo, the wife of the Honorable Minister of Legal Special Duty, Hajia Kaltume Megari, wife of the Honorable Minister of Steel Development here present, Her Excellency Eileen, Her Excellency, the former First Lady of Bristol State, Mrs. Silva here present, the Queen Mother of Warri. My dear sister, I think they have not done justice to this protocol. I thought they will put your name first for me to go down. Please accept my apology for that. Your Royal Majesty, the Olu of Warri, and the Queen Consort of Warri, distinguished personalities here present, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen. Your Royal Majesty, I'm standing in for the Mother of the Nation. She loved to have been here in person, but right now she's in Ile-Ife, gracing another very important occasion. She asked me to sincerely extend her best wishes to you and to the entire kingdom of Warri. And with your kind permission, I would like to read her goodwill message. I am delighted to join you at the maiden edition of the Elevate Africa, the first global convening with the theme, The Africa We See. I thank the initiator of the conference, the Olu of Warri, His Royal Majesty, Ogiame Atuwatse III, CFR, and Her Royal Highness, Olori Atuwatse III, and for the invitation to be part of this maiden edition. This gathering is an opportunity to share the very many potentials within the great continent of Africa, what defines her, and the prospect of her tomorrow. Africa is a blessed continent, from her rich vegetation to her beautiful landscape, abundant natural and human resources, her diversity and culture, and so much more. This is Africa we see. And the words of a good friend, the First Lady of the Republic of Turkey, Her Excellency Dr. Emin Erdogan, and I quote, Africa is the continent of the rising sun, and I'll quote, I believe this a dawning of new era in Africa. Nigeria is a great country with immense potential and promise, and with the progress made so far in the administration of His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR, we are on the threshold of a brighter future. The focus of Mr. President's administration has been on healthcare reforms, education, growing the digital economy, improving agriculture and food security, and creating a more sustainable economic environment where we can all strive. Some of the steps taken by the government, particularly to boost youth development and education, include introduction of the 3 Million Tech Talent Initiative, 3MTT, the National Youth Investment Fund, where young entrepreneurs can have easy access to funds, and the National Student Loan Scheme, which has already taken off in earnest. The infrastructure development to further enhance all of these include the commencement of the light rail transportation system in Lagos State, signing of the Niger-Lagos Rail project, which are part of the which are part of the railway revolution in the country to improve ease of transportation. The construction of the Eco Atlantic City, the Fort Niger Bridge, and the Lagos Port Main Bridge, and the Lagos Calabar Coastal Road. Nigerian youths remain one of our greatest assets. They are the future. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR once said concerning our youth, and I quote, Nigerian youths are vibrant, talented, eager to learn, and ready to compete globally, and I'm quote. I therefore urge the youth to remain committed to hard work, diligence, and imbibe compassion for one another, to work together in unity and be patient. This administration is committed to creating an enabling environment where their creativity, talent, and resilience can be enhanced. They are the leaders of tomorrow. I therefore call on everyone present to share ideas and propose innovative solutions that can drive meaningful change in Nigeria and Africa, paving the way for a more prosperous and sustainable future. I thank you all for your kind attention. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. God bless the African continent. Signed, Her Excellency Senator Oluremi Tinubu, CON, First Lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you all for your attention.
Can we please appreciate and celebrate Her Excellency, the Second Lady of Nigeria and the wife of the Vice President, Hajia Nana Kashim Shettima, representing the First Lady and Mother of the Nation, Her Excellency Senator Oluremi Tinubu, CON. Thank you so much for bringing us that goodwill message from the First Lady.
Photographers, I think you should capture this very important moment. Thank you very much. That's from one First Lady to another. Thank you.
All right, just before we move on to the next item, a quick announcement. Very quickly, just to announce that if this is your vehicle, your attention is urgently needed. Black Land Cruiser Prado with the plate number GWA 893BR, and then a Toyota Camry Prado with the plate number ABC 892ET. Once again, a black Land Cruiser Prado GWA 893BR and a Toyota Camry Prado ABC 892ET.
Well, a few years ago, I was invited to MC a conference, and it was a minister that was going to commission a bridge. And I say that against the background of the Second Lady's very beautiful presentation of her speech. The PA of the minister wrote and printed only one speech, and the minister had not seen it before that day. We were all on the bridge, and the PA brought the only copy of the speech. In between opening his file and passing the paper to the minister, there was this ill wind that came and took the paper from his hand, and the thing went into the river. So the minister looked at his PA. He had not seen the speech before. He looked at me, the MC, and he looked at the crowd that had gathered waiting for his speech. And he very boldly said, "Ladies and gentlemen, with my speech in the river, I hereby commission the bridge." It was straight, and it was the shortest government speech I've ever heard in my life. I don't think there will be anyone shorter. But thank you very much, distinguished guests. We've had a wonderful opening ceremony. But to also inform you that in 20 minutes or 15 minutes, we'll be coming back here in this hall to do our very important discussions. I know that tea is served, but it's important to let you know that we have a keynote speaker who will be ready and talking to us. We also have a panel that will be sitting to discuss the first issue. So this will be our first encounter with our professionals that have been carefully selected from around the world to come and talk to us. So please, I will announce that as we go out, everybody if you're not sitting on the white cushions, please just remain seated. Our ushers will guide you as to how to go, but our VIPs will be leaving through the front. Also to inform you that there is a very wonderful art gallery just outside. You walk through it and get served beautiful tea. Thank you very much for your time.
Just to mention, for all our distinguished excellencies, heads of government who've spoken during the opening ceremony, would like to take a group photograph. So could we kindly ask that all our VIP guests kindly make their way on stage as we take a group photograph while we break for a quick tea break, and then we'll have our very first keynote speech and panel session for the convening.
As our VIPs will make their way to the front, cameramen, please, can we make way so they come for the photo session? All those who are sitting in front will advise that you join. We shall come up. We are told that you can come up stage. Come up stage. Her Excellency will be followed by the First Lady of Kwara State. Kwara has always produced intellectual First Ladies. Thank you very much. The wives of ministers here present, thank you also for joining the entourage. We appreciate you. I was in Warri the other day teaching a class, English class, and I told the boys to make a simple sentence with sugar. And the boy said, "Sir, I drank tea this morning." I said, "There's no sugar in the sentence." He said, "Sir, the sugar is inside the tea. Just take it from there." We celebrate all those who came in from Warri. Thank you very much for making Abuja look beautiful.
Would like to encourage all our invited guests to please download the Elevate Africa app. It's on your App Store or Google Play Store. Please download. We're streaming the event live, and real-time information about the convening will be on that app. So please download. It's free to download Elevate Africa on your App Store or Google Play Store. Also, please follow us on Instagram at We Elevate Africa to follow the conversation and to take action beyond the 2-day convening of Elevate Africa. Simply at We Elevate Africa.
Those in the picture will advise you smile. It means you believe in Africa and what we are doing here is good. Please smile. Every other person, if you take a picture, please tag us on all the social media handles. There is a special royal prize for the best picture from this conference.
Thank you very much. A big thank you to Your Excellency, our royal fathers, and special guests. Thank you. You may please take your seats. Thank you. Could we kindly ask that we remain on our seats until our distinguished guests make their way out, and then afterwards, all guests can then proceed for a tea break, 10 minutes. We'll be back here for the first keynote and panel session. It's a high-level one, and we encourage you to please take your seats at 10 minutes to 1 p.m. That's in 10 minutes' time. That's at 12:50 p.m. If you could kindly be seated, grab your tea, coffee, light refreshments, and you can come back into the hall and we'll to bring it. Thank you all very much. See you at 12:50. We have a video from her, the former president of the Republic of Mauritius. We have a video from her, the former president of the Republic of Mauritius, Her Excellency Amina Gurib Fakim. We have a video introduction followed by her keynote address, and the topic for this particular session is elevating leadership, empowering diverse leadership, and effective governance for Africa's future. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, enjoy the deliberations.
Her Excellency Amina Gurib Fakim served as the first female president of Mauritius from 2015 to 2018. Before her presidency, she was managing director of the Center International de Développement Pharmaceutique (CIDP) and the professor of organic chemistry at the University of Mauritius, where she also served as dean and pro-vice chancellor. A co-author of the African Herbal Pharmacopoeia, she has published extensively on biodiversity and sustainable development. Dr. Gurib Fakim has received prestigious awards, including the L'Oreal UNESCO Prize for Women in Science, and holds fellowships with the Lenin Society of London and other institutions. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please make welcome Dr. Amina Gurib Fakim.
Your Majesty, my dear sister, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you all, and I'm very happy to be able to share some of the reflections with you on this important gathering on how to elevate Africa. I apologize up front for not being able to be physically present with you, but you all know that I'm with you in spirit. I salute the initiative that Her Majesty has taken, and I'm very happy to be part of this team, and also to contribute to this effort, especially as a greater part will be focused on education. And here I will hasten to add also the necessity to communicate science and why we need to mobilize science and technology in addressing our development deficits. Ladies and gentlemen, my own country, Mauritius, can bear testimony to the fact that investment in free education for all since 1976 has been the bedrock of our development through the emancipation of human capital, which remains our only resource to date. We understood very early on that education is, if not, the only fundamental that will propel a country to the next stage of its development and, of course, ensuring social mobility. Just like in other parts of the developing world, it must help add other pillars to the economy through creation of knowledge. Friends, we meet at a consequential time. The crucial importance of quality education, science and technology, and more important, the need for us to commit to the cause of excellence for our continued and long-term sustained development cannot be overemphasized. According to international institutions, economic growth will be slow. Fortunately, 2024 has witnessed recession in many parts of the world. We know the effects of low growth. Development challenges are amplified. Education suffers. Public investment in health, nutrition, water, and sanitation wanes, and poor people get pushed deeper into poverty. Seen against the backdrop of these priorities, the STI agenda gets short-shrift in policy-making discussions and public investments. Ladies and gentlemen, at the outset, let me make my biases clear. As a former academician, lifelong scientist, and entrepreneur, and past president, I sincerely believe quality education, science and technology innovation have major roles to play in advancing knowledge for improving the everyday challenges faced by Africans. That is why I'm pleased to join my voice to the ongoing efforts, in this one in particular, to an education-led transformation in Africa and in the developing world. Tapping into our vast human scientific and innovation potential will require vision, sound policies and investment, backed by keen implementation capacity. Emerging economies need resources to conduct research that is creative, innovative, and also adapted to local circumstances. To achieve this, we need talents of our boys and girls. Ladies and gentlemen, let me be very clear. I believe that the untapped potential of Africa, Nigeria in this particular instance, and of the developing world remain her people. Africa is the youngest continent in the world, and by 2050, the continent's population is projected to double and reach 2 billion. Channeling the tremendous reservoir of human capital to productive sectors and sustainable use of natural resources will not only offer unrivaled economic and social opportunities, but also mobilize youth to the urgent task of national and regional development. We need to build on this momentum and mobilize greater resources to consolidate our universities. Our interventions must be guided by sound policies, increased investment, and greater innovation, all backed by rigorous science-based evidence, which can help guide the creation of policies that are growth-inducing, fair, free from political bias, and of course benign to the environment. For brain gain and increasingly brain circulation, Africa and the developing world's brain drain also need to be addressed. For these global regions to take their rightful place in a fully integrated global economy, the conditions need to be created and sustained. Ladies and gentlemen, for a technically sound meritocracy to bloom, one must connect the dots and accelerate the fight against myriad challenges requiring interdisciplinary approaches, including climate change. Harnessing new technologies, promoting research and development, translating academic research to entrepreneurship, and securing intellectual property rights are all ways and means of boosting innovation, productivity, jobs, and the ability to move up production value chain. One of the dominating features of the 21st century is the remarkable growth and ubiquity of global communications, affecting all facets of human endeavor. One must be mindful also of the world of jobs, especially against the backdrop of artificial intelligence. AI has already invaded every aspect of our lives. The award of the 2024 Nobel Prize attests to that. It is even forecasted that AI and its corollary, robotics, will threaten to unleash mass unemployment. Of course, unless we want to see either the glass half full or half empty. Just imagine its impact on a country that does not have the capacity to create jobs for its youth. Equally important is the need to marshal innovation, mobilize investment, and strengthen our academic institutions. Ladies and gentlemen, AI is inevitable and irreversible. Its challenges or opportunities have to be taken seriously. That's why it is crucial to prepare our young minds with the necessary skills in order to be able to compete for jobs in the global market. Our education system has a major role to play in this process. An education that elevates the minds of our youth and opens their doors to new horizons is what we require in today's uncertain times. Because even the best of times, they will be required to tread in unmapped territories and troubled waters. The rapid rise of social media as a tool of information, communication, instructions, and the social mobilization has been breathtaking. New ICT technologies have led to new fields of bioinformatics and genomics, a development that was instrumental in the decoding of the human genome. Decoding of the genome has been critical, especially in the wake of the COVID pandemic. The internet is also helping to bring education to millions. We must get beyond the traditional model of students sitting passively in classrooms, following instructions and memorizing materials. Computers can do that for us now. Rote learning is not commensurate with the needs of dynamic, knowledge-based economies and societies, nor is it conducive to the cause of innovation. Fundamentally, we need to change what people learn, how people learn, when people learn, and even why people learn. The surge in communication capability is unprecedented in human history. Our collective challenge is to mold these tremendous forces and bring them to bear on the common everyday problems facing us. All these developments should also challenge us to think innovatively and creatively. I call upon all to use the power of your scholarship and help ignite innovation in key sectors: agriculture, energy, environment, health, trade, sustainable use and management of natural resources matter for our collective future. Ladies and gentlemen, as a scientist, I lament that the sub-Saharan African region, with 12% of the global population, only accounts for less than 1% of the world's research output. And there's still very few African nations among the top 20 countries filing for patent applications. To feed Africa, to keep her population in good health, we need to bring about Africa's institutional transformation. We need partnerships between public and private sectors, between academia and civil societies, between scientists and non-scientists, and that's where communicating science matters. Partnership are of the essence, and where such partnerships don't exist, let us create them keeping in mind the common good. Partnerships are required, are needed for marshalling innovation and making it fit for purpose in tackling development needs. In all these areas, women can and must become the drivers of change. That's why I'm pleased to join my voice in this ongoing effort to build a movement for science and technology geared towards sustainability. Ladies and gentlemen, in September 2015, as part of its agenda for the next 15 years, the UN adopted a set of Sustainable Development Goals. They are the most sweeping, ambitious program ever undertaken by a global organization. But the very name sustainable point to a limitation inherent in them. To reach them, we are going to have to use resources that are more carefully stewarded than before, in ways that are more effective than ever before. I believe now is the time to rededicate ourselves to achieving these goals by 2030, maybe, especially as we have lost a few years over the pandemic period. Because sustainable development takes time, we cannot afford to fail yet another generation. We cannot abdicate our responsibilities nor shirk from our commitment to excellence. Our actions must be guided by the fierce urgency of now. We must be active and not passive in generating ideas. We must become activists and not passivists for generating our development solutions. We need to become producers and not just consumers of knowledge, and we should capitalize on the momentum gained at the global level while recognizing that all actions are local. Because development takes time, we cannot and must not fail yet another generations. With these words, I would like to thank you for the opportunity of sharing my thoughts on why the intersection of quality education, science and technology, innovation, and politics for that matter. We are all living in different times, and they call for different solutions. And as Abraham Lincoln once said, and I quote, "The dogma of the quiet past are inadequate to the story present. The occasion is piled high with difficulty, and we must ride with the occasion. As our case is new, so we must think anew, act anew," unquote. Having said this, and in conclusion, we can act and think anew, but we must never forget who we are as a people. By accepting who we are, by being proud to be who we are, by accepting, respecting, and adding value to our culture and heritage, we can bring our contribution to building our countries, our regions, and eventually the wider continent. We can do it together, because if we want to go fast, we can go alone. But if we want to go far, we need to go together. So let us do it for the benefit of our children and future generations. And here, I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. I'm sure that is well received. The next person to come up, of course, has a background in French and has gone up to be one of the very most respected speakers of the English language. And for me, I sat with her once and I told her, I said, look, why don't we just do news in our local language only? It's difficult. At one time, the Katsina State House of Assembly was holding their sitting in Hausa language, and it was easy for the local representatives to speak their minds. The English language was too difficult for many of them to learn. For instance, there's no egg in the eggplant, no ham in the hamburger, neither pine nor apple in the pineapple. English muffins were not invented in England, and French fries were not invented in France. If writers write, how comes fingers don't fing? If the plural of tooth is teeth, shouldn't the plural of phone booth be phone beeth? If teachers taught, why didn't preachers brought? Why do people recite at a play and play at a recital? We drive on parkways and we park on driveways. When the stars are out, they are visible, but when the lights are out, they are invisible. If vegetarians eat vegetables, what do humanitarians eat? Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the person that I'm about to bring up has a background in French, but I resonate with her because of her exclusive acquisition of the proof of life video that brought about the new movement that helped the release of the girls from Chibok. And Chibok has played a vital discussion from the life of the second lady to this person I'm about to bring up. There is a very succinct video that described her as put together by our team. But this is my description of her. She's a lighthouse in the storm of information, guiding through the fog of misinformation. With a pen like a sword, she also drives through. She cuts through silence, illuminating hidden stories like stars piercing the night sky. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, each story she tells is a masterpiece woven in silky leads of courage and empathy, earning the accolades that shines like trophies on the mantle of integrity. In the realm of words, she is a phoenix, rising from the ashes of obscurity to spark change and ignite conversations. She will be moderating today, but our team have put together a very beautiful story in the form of a video. Let's focus on the screen as we welcome her to talk and take charge of our panel. Please put your hands together.
Stephanie Busari is a journalist and senior editor at CNN, heading the Nigeria Bureau, where she pioneered CNN's first digital multi-platform bureau. She reports for CNN International and led the network's coverage of Nigeria's 2019 election. Stephanie also shaped CNN Africa's digital strategy, focusing on stories of Africa's change makers. In 2016, she obtained the proof-of-life video of the Chibok schoolgirls, aiding in negotiations that led to the release of over 100 of them. Her work earned a Peabody Award and a Hollywood Gracie Award. In 2020, she was named a Yale World Fellow and among Africa's top female journalists. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please make welcome Stephanie Busari.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Your check's in the post, whoever did that video. Thank you. So what a power-packed day that we're having. Who's enjoyed the first session? Round of applause. Come on, let's give a round of applause. This first session has been incredible, but you know what was ringing in my ears when I went into the tea break? Olori's words in that impassionate and fantastic speech. Another round of applause, please. Africa's time is now, and it really inspired me. I was ready to go run out and start moving mountains. So thank you very much, Olori, for this fantastic session. Now we're going to talk to some leaders, and we're going to discuss fostering diverse leadership and strengthening governance structures to drive positive change and sustainable development in Africa. As we know, Africa's future depends on empowering a new generation of leaders who reflect the rich diversity of our continent and who bring fresh perspectives and who are committed to change and inclusivity. And some of the people I'm about to bring on stage are really embodying that message. So join me to welcome our panelists. The first panelist I'm going to welcome is Dr. Walton Ekundayo-Gilpin, who is the MD CEO, Rokel Commercial Bank, Sierra Leone. Please give him a huge round of applause. He's a distinguished financial expert and transformative leader in the banking sector in Sierra Leone. And he's also dedicated to humanitarian efforts through his education and economic foundation called DEED, and he has also received the Commander of the Order of Rokel, one of Sierra Leone's highest honors, for his outstanding service and leadership. A round of applause, please. Next up, we have Tim Hansted, who is an award-winning social entrepreneur, NGO executive and global philanthropy leader. He was the first CEO of the Chandler Foundation, where he now serves as vice chair. And Tim previously co-founded and was a long-time CEO of Landesa, the world's leading land rights organization. Join me in welcoming Tim, please. And last, but certainly not least, we have Lord Fabrice Rulinda, the Lord Mayor of Entebbe, Uganda. And brace yourself, he's promised to bring some fire to this panel. So let's welcome His Worship, Fabrice Brad Rulinda, who has dedicated his past 4 years to the city of Entebbe and brought milestones such as becoming the first city in Uganda to roll out artificial intelligence to tackle noise pollution and striving to become a smart city. So join me in welcoming Lord Fabrice Rulinda. Thank you for joining me, gentlemen. So we're here to have an honest conversation. Back in the holding room, in the green room, Lord Fabrice, you were saying that you didn't want to come out here and just have another kind of conversation about Africa and leadership. You wanted to have an honest conversation. Tell us what you mean by that. What is lacking in the conversation currently?
I thought we had agreed to have that as our private session, but
Never trust a journalist.
good. Is it afternoon already?
Yes.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And to respond to you, I think Africa has very many beautiful policies, but most of our sessions are talking sessions. We come, we have all these sessions, we clap for each other, speak very good English. The MC talked about the shortest African speech, especially for those of us that are into government and politics. So we speak, and after that, we leave with nothing changed. So what I meant was His Majesty Ogiame Atuwatse the third and his lovely wife, the Olori, have created a platform that we're hoping will be a change maker, a change setter for Africa. So the conversation should be on the impact and what we can do to transform the Africa that we see.
Absolutely. So let me come to you, Dr. Walton. Let's talk about the Africa that you see and also the Africa that you want to see based on your experience in leadership.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. Let's think of a world spinning around. And it's spinning the fast pace. And every participant in this global space has to rise up and snatch glory, snatch innovation, snatch deliverables. This thing that is spinning in Africa is part of this wider competition to get a laurel from the world, to impact the world quite significantly. And I think Africa is at the precipice of this particular spin because of the youthful population, the potential for creativity and innovation, the potential for deliverables. But what may be lacking is a kind of push from a centralized leadership that will take Africa with one voice, with one brain, and with one idea to the global space. Now you ask yourself, why would you say this? Because Africa in itself is so split up. We're split on ideological differences, religious differences, and most of all, colonial differences. I was in Cameroon some time back and I had a discussion with a Cameroonian and it didn't go well. And he said to me, I don't need your English. And I asked him, why is your African language, my brother? Why take me out on English? And I said, by the way, I parle français un peu. But the bottom line was that if we cannot come together, how can the leaders be able to deliver? We heard about the talking shop. That was just mentioned by my dear brother on that side. If we have talking shops, then where are we going to put together an idea that will be tangible and will be left as a legacy for those not in Africa to see? Thirdly, I believe that as Africans, we must be able to earn our respect. When a particular ethnic or race was built in the New York subway, they were never respected. Today, that particular economy competes with America for the global size, for global impact. But Africa, as it is right now, has to earn the regard as black people. Are we going to have a renaissance of Africans all over the world, within the wider diaspora in the Caribbean, the Pacific, in Europe? Are we going to come together as one voice as black people, people of Negro origin? Are we going to also have those who are from the North, who may not be really like us, but who are Africans when it fits, and who are Africans when it does not fit? We need a unified voice as Africans. We need a unified ideology as Africans And when Africans meet, there should be a desire to synchronize the concepts of progress in Africa. For example, I drive from Gambia to Sierra Leone by road. And when I get to a particular country, it's chaos. So many checkpoints, bad roads, bribes, deliveries, all kind of stuff. But you drive within Europe, you don't have such constraints. You want to fly from Sierra Leone to Abuja. I take longer than flying from Sierra Leone directly to UK. If I want to ship stuff within Africa, it takes longer than if I'm shipping it to Europe. So why are we not making the platform be a platform that is set to encourage, promote African unity for commerce, for technology, for transition into the next phase? The leaders we need are those people who will come together and be strong Africans, focus on growing Africa and making sure we can utilize this particular subset of the population that is young for technology, innovation, creativity, digitalization, and having the right skill sets to compete with the rest of the world. Thank you.
Okay, really great points. Thank you. Let me bring you in, Tim. I mean, you work extensively. You've worked in Singapore. You've done some work in Rwanda, and Chandler Foundation has some presence in Africa. And you have said that the problems in Africa are not unique to Africa. Certainly, we have some unique challenges, but the problems around leadership and governance are not unique to Africa. What is your experience?
Yeah, thank you, Stephanie. It's an honor, first of all, to be participating in this meeting and on this panel. And that's why I want to thank my extended team.
Let's just give you the mic. That one's not.
Okay. I want to thank His Majesty and Her Majesty for setting and supporting the important vision and mission of Elevate Africa. Because from my perspective as an outsider, elevating Africa, self-image and its global perception is crucial if Africa and its 54 countries are to reach their enormous potential. And narratives matter. They matter greatly. Narratives about Africa have been too often dominated by poverty, by corruption, by poor leadership, by disease. I can tell you, growing up in the global north, white savior narratives were often dominant and have led to very, very unjust Western entanglements on the continent. These narratives portray a continent that is broken, that's dependent on outsiders, and that lacks agency. And of course, we all know that's not true. Having spent time now on the continent, it's even more evident that the continent is not broken. The problems of Africa, as you say, as has been said earlier, are not unique to Africa. And Africa, I see an Africa characterized by dynamism, by entrepreneurialism, by innovation, by an amazing pool of existing and particularly emerging leaders that is quite capable of addressing and solving its own problems. But the negative narratives remain problematic. And I think it was as Tony Elumelu, I've seen him say that the biggest challenge that the continent has in attracting investment is the way the continent is portrayed and perceived. As I understand the mission and vision of Elevate Africa, it is about elevating both the perception and the reality. And what do I mean by that? If the reality of Africa is here, I think the perceptions generally are down here. And we need a lot of effort to close that gap so that the perceptions at least match the realities. But we also need to elevate the realities, just as we do in every continent and every country around the world. And I'm glad that this session is focusing on leadership and governance, because we at the Chandler Foundation believe that economic and social progress must be built on that strong foundation of good governance, not just in Africa, everywhere.
Absolutely, absolutely. So let me come to you, Lord Mayor, His Worship. You talked about leadership being kind of perceived differently by some African leaders. They're not necessarily going in for, for service, which is the basis of what leadership should be. Where do you think that disconnect happens, and how can we overcome that to really empower the next generation to see that they must kind of come with fresh perspectives? And in your role, for example, how are you trying to do that with younger people?
I'm going to stay away from talking about Fabrice and talk about leadership. Leadership is service. Unfortunately for most of us, leadership is a job. Political offices are viewed as jobs. So we have job seekers running for offices so that they can get paid, so that they can make money. This has become a source of wealth. So you look at people as votes and not necessarily as people. A leader is supposed to make the lives of his people better. A leader is supposed to effect change. A leader is supposed to simplify the life of the people that he leads. Unfortunately, many of the people that lead are rulers. They come in as job seekers masquerading to be leaders. So when they get into these offices, they do exactly what they are supposed to do because they came looking for a job and they have to leave to make the wealth that they came to look for. What is Africa? It is a bunch of imaginary lines that were created by some people seated in Berlin and decided that we are now a continent of different people. You find that brothers seated at different angles or different sides of a border who look at each other as strangers. Africa's biggest issue is the thought that we are so different from each other. The people of Uganda, the people of Kenya, Tanzania, Nigeria, Ghana, we are the same. We have been divided by people who don't live here. But my country turned 62 yesterday, but we're still blaming the colonial master instead of taking responsibility as a people. Our issues with the politics, the politicians want to keep people divided. Why? Because we get votes. We ride on the misery of our people, all in the name of keeping ourselves in that selfishness called leadership. Take a step back. My brother says we need leaders. No, we don't need those leaders. The leaders needed are you and I. We are the leaders. We are supposed to step up and say, for our people, what can we do better? Why does a Nigerian need a visa to come to Uganda? Why does a Nigerian need a visa to go to Ghana? What is needed is first, like I said, let's have an honest conversation. If I ask half the people in this room, what is the currency of Uganda? You would be shocked they don't know. For me to come to Nigeria, I have to change my Ugandan shilling into $1. And then when I get to Nigeria, I change that very dollar into the naira. And when I'm leaving, I turn it back into a dollar and then into a shilling. You lose about 60% of that money in exchanges. You are giving money to a person seated in the US who does not need to even come on a plane to come to Nigeria to say thank you. We are telling each other lies to say we can have Africa's free economy, free trade zones, and all that. Yet we can't even have our currencies relate to each other. I can't change a shilling in Nigeria. You can't change a naira in Uganda. So the leadership needs to be honest. These conferences we go to, declarations, pass very good and rosy things, sign agreements. Where is the implementation? The leaders here, I challenge you. I drum to you. Wake up and say, let Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, Nigeria work together. That is the only way we can start by saying this platform here is a challenge to you, that the people who organize this are not political leaders, but they are saying for the king of Toro and the Olu of Warri sitting together and saying, how do our people work together? I honestly, in all honesty, for the politicians here, you'll excuse me, I think the politicians, we are the biggest problem for Africa. We are. We are so hell-bent on keeping power instead of looking at the good of our people. Africa's solutions will only come from Africans.
He said he was going to bring the fire. Can I just stay with you though, and kind of develop that point about the future, the youth. We talk about the youth bulge in Africa, the youngest continent in the world, and the future leaders. What are the solutions to stop perpetuating these policies? Yes, I want to stay with you because you're actually the only politician on this.
Well, the truth is, our education system is already flawed. We're still teaching our kids that Mongo Park discovered River Niger, that John Speak discovered the River Nile. We were living by that place. We were already in that place. Why can't I go today and say I have discovered the River Thames? Even our education system is already flawed. Instead of teaching our kids technology, teaching them the proper ways of agriculture, we are still teaching them about the Canadian prairies. This is a kid who has probably no interest and will never go to Canada. But you're still teaching him about the Canadian prairies instead of teaching him about how to farm in Warri. We really need, we can keep telling ourselves that future. Which future are you giving a person who you're teaching history 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 instead of teaching him innovation, robotics, how to industrialize? We have, and I am a Christian, I love the fact that we believe in God. We have more churches than industries. The people who gave us religions are building industries while we're building churches. The people who are saying that where Jesus was crucified, they have air protection against missiles. We are covered by the blood of Jesus Christ. Now, that is to show us. That is to show us that we are going in a very different direction from the rest of the world. We are cutting trees while they are planting trees. We honestly can't keep saying we are the youngest. We are the youngest continent. The majority of the resources that have made all these countries that we admire to go to come from here. You export coffee and buy Nescafe. You are exporting iron and then you buy back iron bars from China and India. What is wrong with us? We have a problem. So if you ask me about the future, we are not setting a good example. As leaders, we should encourage innovation. We should encourage, we have young bankers here. We have people like you were saying, Africa doesn't have exclusive problems. These people in the West have the same one head that you have. They are not better than you in any way. The difference is the complex of colonialism still lives with you. That's why you will laugh at somebody who speaks terrible English, but you're comfortable not speaking your mother tongue. So our leadership to our people should be an example of development. You as a leader, you go to the UK and you're comfortable taking pictures. Come back home and drive on the same roads that have potholes. You are comfortable sending your children to Europe for school and not thinking that you need schools in your villages. You have lived as a minister of health for donkey years and you have never built a single hospital. When you're sick, you have to be airlifted. Shame on you.
Okay. Let me bring in some of the other panelists. So Tim, let me come to you. What do you think the solutions are in terms of empowering young people to become future leaders?
I'm not sure that I can point to solutions for how to build and develop Africa's youth. I mean, as has already been said, I think Africa's solutions have to come from Africa. I can see many problems back in the country of my birth, the United States. I see many problems in the country of where
Let's talk about what do you see that's working then? What do you see that's working? What do you see as models to emulate?
I actually think at the Chandler Foundation, we have supported several organizations on the continent that are, I think, helping to provide leadership that's values driven, that's based on integrity, that's based on local values, cultures, and traditions. Organizations like Emerging Public Leaders, like African Leadership Academy. I think investing in the young people of Africa is absolutely important, and I think Africa's youth is its comparative advantage. As I look from the outside, much of the world that is often defined as advanced is aging, and aging is becoming a very significant problem for much of the global north. Africa doesn't have that same problem and should lean into that comparative advantage.
Absolutely. So let me come to you, Dr. Walton. You work in the private sector. How can public and private sector collaborate to ensure strong governance supports Africa's long-term development goals?
Oh, thank you so much. I believe that public sector has its strength and the private sector also has its strength. As it is right now, the public sector is an enabling framework in the economy. I mean, they make the laws, they put the security apparatus, they are the ones who will, thank you. The public sector are the ones who will be able to make the country be seen as a country that's properly governed, so on and so forth. Public sector is should I say, the framework within which the private sector resides. The private sector comes with technology, innovation, comes with style, finesse, and it's forward-looking, it's profit-oriented. Public sector is not really profit-oriented. Public sector is really providing a service for the rest of mankind. And when these two amalgamate, you have a strong focus in any economy. That's why you have the PPP. You have the build, operate, transfer, build, operate, own, all kind of PPP concepts. Even in the UK, the penitentiary is used a lot to do PPP, going out and building hospitals, even running the prisons. I mean, there's a lot of PPP there. So these two come together. Now, when you put the public sector and private sector together, you have a big unit, all right? And this unit actually is a focal point of strength within any economy. If you're going to say, all right, then yes, the private sector wants to take the lead, I think you're right in saying that way. You have innovation, you have profit as the drive, you have efficiency, and you also have targeted deliverables. Public sector takes the lead most times. You have lethargy, you have a heavy weight, and you have a stubborn determination by the politicians to utilize the framework of the public sector mostly for personal ends. And that's where the problem comes in. For example, many national carriers in Africa collapsed because the elite will use it, don't pay, goes into debt and arrears. Ultimately, they couldn't run efficiently anymore. Look around Nigeria, most of the airlines are privately owned airlines. I don't know if there's any air in Nigeria that's a government-owned airline right now. Correct me if I'm wrong. Okay, because the politicians will use it and they will not pay. So if you find that the private sector is working well in aviation, then they can also work well in transportation. Look at the transportation sector, see how many are going there. Look in banking, look, in fact, many times when the IMF and the World Bank come ashore, I mean, we know they call this the colonial machinery. When they come ashore, they would say, you need to privatize. You need to sell off government's hand because of the inefficiencies there, and also because of the potential to do what we call quasi-fiscal funding by the public sector entities to push the government budgetary aims forward, political aims forward, and transitory aims forward. So ideally, the PPP for me is a very, very good model when you have both public and private coming together. It puts the leaders at a point wherein the public could say, there comes a time when you get tired of being tired. You get fed up of being fed up, and then you have to take action. So as long as the situation is such that the political elites will abuse the public sector machinery, then definitely the public will get tired of being tired. Because no matter how you turn around the electorate, no matter how you vote new leaders, the concepts remain the same. I want to be strong, I want to enrich myself most times. So you change government after government, and you find you have the same problems. So you need to think of a solution that comes from below that level of the political elites. And that's where the PPP comes in. And I think by running PPPs, we have more efficiency, we have more deliverables, but the public sector, the government doesn't make the laws in which the private sector should reside, then you're going to have difficulty in even starting up a business. The ease of doing business indicator will always put African countries way down. Take, for example, that indicator. Look at the ease of doing business and see how many African countries are in the top 10, 15, how many are in the last 10, 15. Not only African countries, other countries, but talking about the Africa we see. So therefore, I'm looking at the African countries in the ease of doing business indicator and see for a large extent, public sector has to make that happen. Provide the laws, provide the regulations, even providing things like electricity, good roads, hospitals, so on and so forth. You can have PPP for that to make it better. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Did you want to add something, Tim? No? Okay.
He gave me the microphone.
Oh, okay, that's fine. Let me come back to you, Lord Mayor. It sounds like you've been kind of doing some interesting collaborations with different sectors with the introduction of AI and smart cities. Can you tell us a bit about how those collaborations come about and what you're doing?
Doctor just talked about the public and private partnerships. The issue with most of our governments is there is the them versus us kind of situation going on. You find that government doesn't want the private to get involved in society, forgetting that we need each other for the growth and change in our society. He's mentioned an interesting bit about airlines. Typically, government have proven to be terrible business players. And if you ask my opinion, I'll tell you, I think government should stick to regulation and let the business be run privately. Reason being, as regulators, then you can call them to order. It does not make sense. I saw something very interesting, and I asked His Majesty, I said, I am not necessarily the most politically correct person, but I saw that there is a Ministry of Finance incorporated in Nigeria. Isn't it? And I failed to understand that. So I asked the person next to me, what does that mean? He said, that is the business arm of the Ministry of Finance. You cannot be the referee and the player at the same time. In every way that you play it, if the referee is also a player, how do you think the game will go? I will leave that to you. The second thing that I think that we need to look at is the taxation and the tax breaks and the incentives. We have, as government, I don't know how it's working in Nigeria, but for the most part, foreign companies are given more incentives than the local ones. So you have, for example, companies that are coming in as new players into the system and given a tax break of 20 years. While on the other hand, you have a local company that's struggling. Now, this one who has a break for 20 years of tax-free business doing has probably come with the backing of his mother country and finances. You are killing the local businesses. Instead of doing that, you could create stronger partnerships. Have the foreign businesses work with the local businesses to build that local business so that the foreign company that has the funding can do a partnership with the local one to grow it. That is how you grow indigenous companies. 2, inter-country partnerships. For example, Uganda produces, I think, 4 billion liters of milk, of which we consume 1 billion liter. The 3 billion liter, we're looking for market where to put it. Nigerians are importing milk from as far as Holland. As Africans, Uganda has an airline that flies into Lagos for 3.5 hours. But you're importing milk that's coming. How long is a flight from Holland to here?
About 9 hours.
So for the 3 hours, I would have brought you 3 rounds of milk before the person coming from Holland gets here. But the leaders have not thought it necessary or deemed it necessary to talk to each other.
Isn't that what the AFC-FTA agreement is supposed to be about?
You said agreement, not action. I said in the beginning, let's stop talking and start doing. While we're having these free trade agreements, we're still going to Europe and giving exclusivity to markets to certain people. Now, while we think that we are signing a lot of these things, I gave you what our knockouts are. We have no currencies that correspond. We have no modes of communication. If I ask today the people of Nigeria to communicate with the people of Ivory Coast, even the language barrier is a problem. So, yes, we have very many agreements, but how are those translating into actual deliverables for our people?
Okay. So let's stay on that. We're talking about changing the narrative. What is working in your view? What are you seeing that gives you hope? What are the green shoots? Let's stay with you, Lord Mayor.
I will start with, let's give credit to the monarchs. I would like for all of us to clap the monarchy that brought us here today. This here was not arranged by the government of Nigeria. It was arranged by the Olu and Olori of Warri. They got me all the way from Uganda to come and sit here and have this conversation. The government of Uganda and the government of Nigeria has not yet deemed it necessary to start having these conversations with what our farmers discussing. What is not growing in Uganda that can grow in Nigeria? What's growing in Nigeria that can grow, that is not growing in Uganda? These conversations are part of the start, but they should not stop at being conversations. They should give tangible partnerships that translate into actions.
Okay. Thank you. So, Tim, what as you leave here today, what do you hope will come out of these conversations? To translate to action, rather than, as he says, just conversations.
Yeah, let me point out something that I think is working on the continent, and as it relates to governance. There's a framework called the Open Government Partnership.
Okay.
I don't know how many of you are familiar with it, but it is a partnership that was created about 12 years ago. It was created by leaders from this continent, both from the government and from civil society, together with some outsiders, including my then president, President Barack Obama, who created a partnership that this is a framework in which government, the private sector, and civil society create national action plans about how government can become more open, more filled with integrity, more filled with accountability and inclusivity. I think as of today, something like 15 countries on the continent are members of this open government partnership. And you have to meet certain eligibility criteria in order to be eligible. I see that partnership working in the countries where the Chandler Foundation is involved, and it creates a framework where you can have multi-stakeholder dialogue. We talked about the various roles of the public sector and the private sector. We haven't spoken as much about civil society, but I think civil society has a very, very important role to play as well. So if you're looking for things that are examples of what's working and can help propel the continent and its countries forward in terms of good governance, I would point to the Open Government Partnership.
Yeah, that's a really great example. Thank you for sharing that. So what other civil society kind of partnerships have you seen that you think would be worth sharing?
Yeah, well, generally speaking, and this is coming from someone who spent most of their life in civil society, so I can critique civil society with a broad brush, and this is a generality, but it's generally true. Too often, civil society spends their time criticizing government. As was said earlier, we have to be the change we want to see. And so I do see trends within civil society, both outside and within the continent, where you have civil society organizations who have gone beyond just trying to keep the government accountable and playing the name, blame, and shame game. That is somewhat needed. But civil society groups, I think, need to move beyond that and to be partners with government, partners with the business community in achieving the solutions that Africa needs. And increasingly, I'm seeing that. But I think civil society still has a long ways to go. And we need frameworks that allow for civil society and business and government to work together. And that's one of the reasons I highlighted open government partnership, because it's one of those that does.
Okay, that's great. Thank you so much. So let me come to you, Dr. Walton. What gives you optimism? What are you seeing that gives you hope in terms of leadership and governance on the continent?
Well, I must say that as long as you're alive, you have to have hope. You know, there's a ray of hope glittering in the sky, a silent dream which brightens up our lives. And I believe that Africa has a future of strength, of dominance. I believe that Africans have to believe in each other to be able to be where we want to be and go out there and earn your regard. Well, the problem, I believe, is that the hope is stifled by perceptions. The hope is stifled by the perception of the location, Africa itself, and the perception that Africans have of Africa itself. I mean, you find out that a lot of Africans want to use a back way to get to Europe. Not only Africans, Asians are doing this and all, but in those areas where there's conflicts and all that. When we talk about Africans right now, many want to go the back way to go to Europe. Many want to get there. They say, get rich or die trying. So as long as you see your location as hostile to you, hostile socially, hostile ethnicity, hostile for education, hostile for growth, hostile for prosperity, you are not going to see your location as a place of prosperity for your children and for your children's children. The perception has to change. The West Africans can make Africa be what we want it to be. West Africans can go out there and put our hands to the wheel, come back in with the knowledge we've got out there, with the resources we've got out there, and build up our continent. We as Africans have to start selling the continent in a positive way, because we come and write negative things about Africa as Africans. You go out there and you're seen as a reflection of negativity you've portrayed about your continent. So even when we have our political discourse, we go out there and we watch it at leanings in public. Everybody else does that. But we need to start addressing these things one by one. The optimism is killed by the fact that we don't perceive ourselves as great. We don't perceive ourselves as superior. You'd rather be an imperfect imitation of a Caucasian at times than be original you as an African. And that's where I think the problem starts. So you have to go out there and know I am an African. I believe in myself. When I go out and walk internationally and I stand up on a podium and speak, whether I'm speaking in Asia or in Europe or in America, they see me first as an African. Before you drill into what country is he from? What is his native tongue? What's his original language? So as Africans, we have to have one force to grow. Second thing is that there is a lot of resilience and talent in Africans. There is a lot of talent. And we need to grow and enhance the talents. That's another potential for growth. We need to be able to work together and stop the crab mentality. The crab, several crabs in a box, in a bucket. Each one wants to come up, one pulls the other down. So if you take an African, I have realized that when we work internationally, and you put an African in the middle of different ethnicities, give them a role to play, to build a rocket, to build a ship, build a boat. Go then, and the African will excel just like those, even maybe will surpass those. I put a group of Africans together, say, build me that ship. They've all trained in the Western world. They have got equal qualifications, and see how fast they will go as compared to the African in the middle of other ethnicities. So therefore, there's a perception issue. We should try to kill the perception that we can work together. We can be strong people. We can be a force of cohesion. We can be a solid structure. We can go out there and make it happen. And I believe, and you will believe, and I know you've been told that in you is a strong resource. In you is resilience. In you is determination. We have to put all this together, make it happen. We have to put all this together, make it strong. Put all this together, make it alive, and go out there and demonstrate to the rest of the world that we can do it. Whenever African is given a task to host something, there are many questions asked.
Remember when South Africa had to host the World Cup? Many questions were asked. So they hosted the World Cup fairly well, and it was a success story. The only thing, they banned the Vuvuzela in Europe, so it's too noisy. But we have to show them that we can do stuff. We can do stuff that will equal or surpass what's done on the other side of the world. But we have to have the perception in our mind that we are strong people. We're made of stunning stuff. And stop being an imperfect imitation of someone else and be an original you and show your quality, your valor, and your strength. That way we'll grow. That way we'll survive. When we start turning our raw materials into actual end products, we start turning our ideas into achievements, we start showing our deliverables, and that's when we begin to believe that we are who we are and we are who we want to be. You walk in Africa, you move from the urban areas, go to the rural areas. It's a stark difference most times. Why does it have to be so? The rural area should have its distinct quality as a rural area, but the facilities should also be in the rural area. The electricity, the good roads, the good schools, the hospitals should be in the rural areas also. But you can know this is a rural area when I see it. It shouldn't be let down as far as facilities are concerned, infrastructure is concerned, well-being is concerned, because the rural area. Make the rural area be equal to, for facilities, amenities, but look like a rural area. And that is where we'll start to show that, yes, the length and breadth of Africa has got connectivity. The length and breadth of Africa has good education. The length and breadth of Africa has good roads. The length and breadth of Africa is showing up on the map as areas where anybody should want to go. A destination of possibilities, a destination of progress. When the individual walks all the way from Europe to the most remote area in Uganda, you should be able to know I can access my finance if I want to. Because why? There's a bank there, there's an ATM machine there, a post machine there, there's connectivity there. Because when I go to bed, I could sleep because there's security there. When I wake up in the morning, I want a cab. There is something like Uber there. When I'm unwell, I want to go to the clinic. There's a standard hospital there. The leaders know this. We talk about this all the time. The OAU or the AU, whatever it's called, it's been a talking shop for too long. Optimism comes in the people, like my brother said, only in the leaders. Because as it said, the people get the leaders that they deserve. So as Africans, as Nigerian, as Ugandan, as Kenyan, as Mauritian, let's come out there, be strong, show our work, show our strength, and be who you want it to be. I lived in Mauritius for a few years. It's a very interesting story there. Because you have the Indians, the Hindu Indians, you have the the Muslim Indians, the Pakistanis, sorry. You have the Chinese, you have the Caucasians, you have the blacks. They're all from Mauritius. And you see a melting pot of success in the island, small island. But almost every corner is starred. Every corner you have a good hospital, every corner you have transportation, and you see it working well because it's a melting pot. So let us learn from the example of Mauritius. The other places I call them are not African, they're not of Negroid origin, but they've all worked together. Let's go out there, take what we can take, put it together, work well, boost each other up, and I believe we can have the Africa we seek in the shortest possible time.
Thank you very much. That very rousing response there. And one thing I really took away from that is you saying, I'm an African, I believe in myself. I think that's a good mantra for us to say right now. I'm an African, I believe in myself. Yeah, so let's go away thinking about that in all our interactions. So let me come to you. He did mention something about rural areas. And Lord Mayor, how can we ensure that those underrepresented voices in the field of diversity and inclusion, how can we ensure that those underrepresented voices are brought into this conversation?
Who are the underrepresented voices?
In the rural areas.
I actually don't believe that.
Okay.
What is the percentage of rural areas as compared to the urban areas? My brother just mentioned that the leaders that we pick come from us. When we wake up and decide as a people that we want better, we will get better leaders. These people that you call the rural areas are the highest percentage of voters in Africa.
But are their voices necessarily heard?
They are voices that are necessary because they cast the ballot that make these so-called leaders extremely rich.
Absolutely. But
So
are they heard?
the first thing we need to do is what you just talked about. Awaken the spirit of our people. I appreciate, I've been to Warri a few times, actually quite a number of times, and I have seen what their king is doing. The Shakiri people with their pride have started pushing back and saying, we are a voice, we want to speak. Here's the situation. I wanted to say the same thing that my brother has spoken about, us being Africans and playing our part. Not just Africans on Independence Day and you carry the Nigerian flag or the Ugandan flag. Be a Nigerian every day. You are part of the problem. That policeman that's asking for a bribe, who gives it to him? Then our corruption started from the lowest level of society, which is the person, you yourself. When you get caught doing the wrong thing, you bribe. You do not take the punishment, but you bribe. Africa, our great-grandfathers, our ancestors were pace setters. Education started in Africa. Civilization started in Africa. This is the cradle of humanity. Today, we are looked at as backwards, foolish, and all this is perpetuated by us because we are called, and instead of setting paces, we walk around looking for free lunches and transport refunds. We are very happy to be called honorable, sir, lord, which is all nonsense if you are not doing the honorable thing. You are a useless lord if you are not leading your people out of poverty. As Africans, we are warriors. We are trendsetters. We are people who have always played our people. The richest man recorded in human history is Mansa Musa, an African leader. Today, we are the people lining up for aid. We are talking about fighting neocolonialism, yet lining up to receive free aid to buy medicine for our people. And we don't buy the medicine. We steal it and take it. So we are deserving to be equal players on the world scene. But I challenge each of you. As she said, I'm African and proud of it. But what I ask you to do as an African, stand up and be a leader. Change Africa from your point of stand. Don't wait for politicians. They are not going to solve your problems. Solve your problems from the lowest place. You as a person, be the change you want to see, even in your community. That's the only way we will change Africa. Oh, did I say they will not change? Oh, we will not change your feels.
I've been so engrossed in the panel. We only have like 10 minutes left. I'm just going to come to you for any closing thoughts while we kind of wrap up the panel.
Just one thing that I think hasn't been mentioned yet so far. I mean, we've emphasized the importance of changing mindsets and the role that narratives play in changing mindsets. And changing mindsets, I believe, is at the foundation of changing systems. If we talk about systems change, we often think about changing laws, changing resource flows, changing institutions. And all of that, of course, is necessary, but it's typically built on a foundation of changing mindsets. And that requires changing narratives. Now, as to the challenges of changing narratives, we have to recognize that we as humans are hardwired to pay more attention to bad news than good news. I mean, this is not unique to Africans. This is a human condition, and it's referred to as a negativity bias. And there's a mountain of evidence from many, many studies that show that bad news, bad things, one, grab our attention, two, they stick to our memory, and three, many times, they influence our decisions. Evolutionary biologists would give you their reasons for why that is true, but it is true. And we have to recognize that as we try to change narratives. You know, the news media, which you're a part of, recognize this more than most. I think the phrase that was attributed to an American media tycoon, William Randolph Hearst, said, "If it bleeds, it leads," which means basically if it's violent, gory, bad news, that's the story you want to make most prominent because you're going to catch the eyes and ears of your viewers with it. So particularly with the news media, we all have to recognize that negative bias in ourselves as a significant challenge that we have to address in overcoming these negative narratives.
Absolutely, and I'll add to that. As a news practitioner, one thing that we are often told is, "Dog bites man" is not news, but "man bites dog" is news, basically. So if it's out of the ordinary, if it's kind of just an unusual occurrence, then that is what is going to be prioritized. And I do remember years back, someone tried to start a newspaper that was just filled with good news. It failed woefully. Nobody bought it. So you're right that we are actually quite hardwired to share negative news, but it's something for us to think about as we go away from this panel about the kind of news of Africa that we share. Let's kind of think about what it is, have a balance, in the kind of news that we share. Is it tending towards the negative, or are we also selecting kind of good news that is happening on the continent? And there's a lot of it. I see a lot of examples of it in my daily job as a news practitioner. So we're gonna come to closing thoughts that you might have, Dr. Walton.
Thank you again. I grew up listening to a song by Lord Laro. I think it was called Foreign Press. Something like, bet your life if a man steals a mango or breeze blows up a woman's dress, bet your life to making headlines in the foreign press, And they never say the good things that we do. And there's always the foreign press is against Africa. This was a long time ago when this song was in I guess some of you know it, huh? Bet your life you're making headlines in the foreign press. True, true. If a man steals a mango or breeze blows up a woman's dress. It's a Caribbean song. And this foreign press song stuck in my head. And I always said to myself, how can we tell our own story? Then in the middle of my journey, I saw Al Jazeera emerge to tell a story about the Middle East. But Al Jazeera used one technique. They took anchors from BBC, from CNN, from Sky to work in Al Jazeera. And that was Al Jazeera International to tell the story about the Middle East. So today you see Israel fighting Iran, Israel fighting Lebanon, Al Jazeera tells it in their own way. And then we have the DSTV all the way down from South Africa, telling the South African story, not really the African story. I haven't seen a strong media network from Nigeria that's telling an African story. So who tells our story? The foreign press will always tell the story in the way they want Africa to be seen. So part of our approach towards global, dominance, so global relevance is telling the story. We have to have a way to tell a story ourselves in our own words and make us look better than we are painted. The next thing is that for us to go out there and be certain that we're going to be strong people, as I said before, is a perception. And how do we, as Africans, make ourselves felt? Now, you fly through North Africa to go to Europe, and you see at times a difference in attitude towards the Black African and the non-Black African, or towards the Black man holding a Western passport and towards the Black man holding a Sub-Saharan African passport. Now, it pertains all the time. You can go, they say, all Nigerians come this way. You go out there, it is a dull, drabby place, and all British go that way. The Nigerians with the British passport go that way. To better facility. And that is something as Africans we should take up. We need to lead. We don't need to be discriminated against. In a sort of, we are paying our money, the same money to buy the tickets, like the British paid, the American paid, or the Nigerian, the British passport paid, but they have better treatment in North Africa than the one holding a Nigerian, Sierra Leonean, Guinean passport. We have to be able to make that known to these people that as Africans want to be able to have equal treatment and we want all to boycott your airlines. Now, if we allow discrimination to continue, it impacts the belief in ourselves. So when the guy goes there with the Nigerian passport, he's afraid to talk because they will bring out the truncheon and beat him up. But the guy is going there with the British passport can go free and he's not afraid to talk because the British embassy will come and represent him or her. How do you tell your story? How do you bring your relevance? How do you show that you're made of standard stuff? Remember, as Africans, we have to earn our respect. We're going to earn it. Show the rest of the world that we can do it, and we'll make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Lord Mayor, I'll leave the last word to you.
Oh, wow. You've just mounted the pressure, but I'll start with his last point. This life is a game, and we're players. Any of you who has ever played a sport? Okay, I see very many hands out there. What we're doing here is blaming the opponent for scoring. We are in the middle of a game. Your opponent is scoring, and you're crying foul because you scored. Instead of you strategizing, playing better, and making sure you score. They will always put us on the side because our leadership has allowed us to be on the side. They will always treat us as secondary citizens everywhere we go because even our embassies look like trash. We need, as Africans, to show that we are worth being where we are going. The fact that we are not begging, the fact that we are not, when you visit the UK, you spend money. Somebody from the UK coming to Nigeria is welcomed with a red carpet, however broke he is. With your money, with all your wealth, when you get to the UK, you are treated like a secondary citizen. It is an injustice that we are allowing to continue. That is one. But I don't want to end on the negativity. I want to thank the Nigerians. Please clap for yourselves. Everywhere you go in the world, somebody's dancing to the Afrobeat. You go to Miami, you go to London, it's Afrobeat. I want to thank you for wearing your style. I mean, look at how nice I look. Because you have decided you have your style that has taken over the world. Your originality is what's pushing. You find, I went to school in the US, and it's interesting. You would meet a friend, his name is Ike, the whole time, right? Until he gets to his mother's house and is Ikechuku. The accent goes down the house. As soon as he enters that house, he has a Nigerian accent. He will marry a white woman. She will learn how to cook Nigerian food. So I want to thank you for that. The last thing I want to do is thank His Majesty, the Olu of Warri and the Olori of Warri for this amazing platform, for being trendsetters. Ogiame, you talked about an elephant. You are an elephant. I am sure your vision, your clarity, and with the support of your lovely queen, your people are going to prosper. I am certain that the change that you're going to bring, not just to Nigeria, but to the whole of Africa, is going to be magnificent, that your descendants are always going to be proud of you. So I say to all of us here, let's speak a leap. Let Elevate not be a Nigerian thing. What the Queen, I want to throw just a spanner in the works. I'm praying that the next person to host this is His Majesty, the King of Toro, to host this in Entebbe, not in his own kingdom. I mean, I have to be a bit selfish. So I hope that Elevate rotates around Africa so that we don't only see Abuja, we see Entebbe, Nairobi, Rwanda, Kigali, and the rest of Africa. God bless you and thank you for having us here.
So, Your Majesty, we're coming to Entebbe. Is that correct? Ladies and gentlemen, you've been a fantastic audience. This has been an hour of absolutely pure gold, great conversation about leadership on the continent, and really going away just with a renewed optimism about us as Africans and what we can achieve. So thank you very much to the Olu and Olori of Warri for convening this platform, and thank you to my esteemed panelists. You've been fantastic. Thank you so much.
Please put your hands together for the panel. Photographers, can you approach? Panelists just merge together so we have a wonderful picture to show. The panelists, can we just pose for the press? That's how they used to say it as journalists. I actually love it when people smile. There's the African smile. But that is what Africa does. We change a lot of things. Another round of applause for them, please. Well, someone asked me outside, say, what do we really want to change? We are on a continent where lawyers still wear wigs. Female judges call themselves brothers. We used to get scolded for using charcoal and chewing stick to brush. Nowadays, we import it as organic toothpaste and toothbrushes. Nokia refused Android, Yahoo rejected Google, and Kodak refused digital cameras, but that changed. Facebook has taken over WhatsApp and Instagram. Grab takes over Uber in South Asia. Colonel Sanders founded KFC at 65. Jack Ma, who couldn't get a job at KFC, founded Alibaba and retired at 55. Lamborghini was founded as a result of revenge from a tractor manufacturer who was insulted by Ferrari's founder, Enzo Ferrari. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, can you just say to your neighbor, there is hope for Africa? Please put your hands together for yourselves. Distinguished guests, after that panel, it is enough to play very soft music for us to listen so that we can ponder on these very, very great talks. But time will not allow us to do that because in the next few minutes, we'll have a few people who will be talking to us in the form of goodwill remarks. One of them, of course, is one we refer to as a Mandela Washington Fellow, was recognized among the 100 most influential people of African descent, and has earned the prestigious Archbishop Desmond Tutu Fellowship in South Africa. He was lauded by the former Ghanaian president as the man with the golden touch. Forbes highlights his achievement behind the trifecta of electoral victories, weaving political narratives like a master storyteller and shaping the future of Africa with his words. He is a vibrant voice in the African media landscape, a true Groyd of our times, a co-founder of Red Africa and the continent's largest collection of youth media brands, and he crafted platforms such as Red Media Africa, Statecraft Incorporated, and the Future Africa Awards. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, may I welcome for his goodwill message, Debola Williams. Please put your hands together for him.
Great. I must stand on existing protocols so that I do not eat further into already fast spent time, but I surely would like to honor our host, His Royal Highness and his wife, Olori. Thank you for inviting me. When we think about the future of the continent, the Ogiame and his wife are a key part of the hope, trailblazing a brighter future. Please give them a round of applause. My message today will be on 3 pillars. 1, talent. Talent is the currency of this generation. By 2050, Africa will be the youngest and most populous on the planet. Our continent stands at the dawn of a new era, an era we can choose to either be defined by our struggles or be defined by our human capital and its immense potential. Our greatest resource is no longer oil and the minerals beneath our feet. It's talent. and creativity within our people. Today, Africa's rising is driven by youthful energy, creativity, and the transformative power of technology. And as the world changes and demands for fresh perspective, Africa can be poised to meet the global demand. Today, Africa is still tagged all sorts. Euphemism used to flatten a more nuanced conversation about growing pains of nationhood. Our natural resources quite all right. Oil, diamonds, cobalt, and several minerals have powered development in Europe, in the Caribbean, in the Americas, while we get little or nothing from it. But you see, our present and future prosperity comes from harnessing our human capital, maximizing efficiency, and using technology. But we must all be conscious. That is where we lose it if we're not conscious of the gift in our hands. No one must pull a wool on our face yet again. Our eyes must be open, like they say in local parlance, shine your eyes. Now, the creative economy in particular is emerging. Massive opportunity for Africa. For instance, in 2022 alone, Afrobeat was streamed 13 billion times on Spotify. 13 billion times. Yet, only a fraction of that revenue came back to the continent. The value of the global creative economy is 3 trillion. Africa barely gets 3% of that. So we must begin to look at talent, the creative economy, as a pathway for prosperity. With talent as the only requirement, it offers a unique opportunity for Africa in a continent where access to education and white-collar jobs remains limited. The sector has the lowest barrier entry. Music, art, fashion, and technology have become lifelines for many young Africans, providing pathways for potential prosperity. See those young people on internet making fun of themselves, making a fool of themselves? You do not want to know how much they are raking in dollars. It's pure export for dollar importation. Purely. From Emanuela to Brother Shaggy to Macaroni to Bimba Demoye, massive that they are raking in. So we must be deliberate about our next steps. Technology is accelerating. Artificial intelligence is disrupting. If we fail to equip our youths massively with the right skills, we'll become obsolete for this global demand. And that is why this convergence of ideas, these fellowships, and all that Elevates Africa is doing is very crucial. Now, the cultural explosion we spark is just the beginning. It is now time to position our youth with skills and competence to meet this global demand. We must refine our market linkages. Last year, I founded something called Meta Initiative, which we launched in Rwanda. And it focuses mostly on building competence across the continent, strengthening capacity, creating market linkages, and helping with remittances back to the continent for the creative sector. Why? Because we must spread this potential economic prosperity across the continent by creating enough supply for the global demand. Today, the world is eager to be part of our emerging story. But let's be clear, a network that doesn't bring value is just a gathering. We must leverage this wave of interest to build lasting value for the continent. We must ensure that the deals are done right. I see Tubo in the building, fashion designer, global partnerships. We must ensure that the deals are done right, that we not only equal, in some cases we get larger because we are the source. Number 2, storytelling. As we continue to gather this attention with the cultural storm that we're creating, we are building a soft power that can change how the world views us. When we were young, we watched two types of films, the American films and the Indian films. We watched the Indian films, we cried, we danced, we sang. But when we watched the American films, we dreamt of the American fantasy, of New York, Hamptons, of Malibu. But when I got to New York for the first time, nobody warned me of the slaps of stench in Manhattan. Nobody told me that a rat was strolling into my train in Brooklyn. Nobody said there were no lights in parts of Bronx. But I saw all of this. But the narrative, because America understands the intrinsic power of narratives. They have used the media to inspire patriotism. Patriotism. Those who curse their countries. Patriotism. Ingenuity. Confidence. Set itself as a world leader. America has won wars with the media without shooting a gun. Just by talking. Africa must do the same. We must fall in love with our countries. We must be passionate about our countries. We must bet on our continent. We must do the work so the stories are authentic by providing opportunities for our youth to upskill, empowering them through policies that truly change and empower their lives. We must be more deliberate and strategic to build a huge pool of competent Africans and then innovative Africans so that it is the overflow that we are sending to the world. Then the narrative will change because at that point, we're no longer jackpotting for survival. It will be not jackpot, it will be global talent export. It will not be hustle. It will be entrepreneurial spirit. It will not be informal economies. It will be grassroots innovation. It is not that Africans are loud. It is the vibrancy of our culture and our energy. This is a moment to use our soft power to shape the narrative and win the battles of perception. But all hands must be on deck. Everyone of the room are walking billboards for your continent, for your country, for your race. And everywhere you go, your actions are the data that the world collects that determines how they treat you and treat your people. The media has been democratized. Let me remind you in this room that there are 747 million SIM connected and 552 million Africans connected to the internet. 154 million are Nigerians. You know how powerful we are on the internet. We must use that. Every single one of you must reflect on what is the Africa you see, and I encourage you to share bold stories. Unapologetic Africa, overflowing with talent and innovation. Let me challenge all of you that once a week, share something positive, a positive tale about Africa, a positive tale about your country. Contribute to the data online that forms how people engage your countries, your continent. Finally, women. Number 3, according to reports by the United Nations, sub-Saharan Africa loses 95 billion annually because of gender gap. A 1% increase in female education raises GDP by 0.37%. MasterCard said to me once that a study they conducted shows that women are more responsible with money. Like I said in my book, African Power Girls, that I wrote for my goddaughters, creating a new generation of African power girls is a business case. The future of the continent depends on it. I close. I am not worried about the Africa they see, because I know many times you focus on what they see and what they say. If we do the right things, if we love our continent, truly, if we protect it, invest in it, bet on it, the world will have no choice but meet us at our own terms. I am hopelessly hopeful about Africa, and I know in my lifetime we will take our place. Let me just remind you that talent is the currency of this generation. Hope is our weapon. Media and technology are our tools. And action. We must act. We must partner with Elevate Africa. We must act is the remedy. So let's join hands with the Ogiame and Olori to indeed elevate Africa. The time is now. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Adebola Williams, aka Adebola Lagos, aka the Red Cap Man. Please, another round of applause for him. Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you so much. And, obviously, I'm partial because this is my constituency, media. and just the power of media in telling Africa's stories and changing narratives or perhaps owning narratives. I love that he's giving each of us a responsibility. And it's just a conversation we're having just a few seconds ago about how, they say in Nigerian parlance, monkey no fine. In Mama what? Like there's a Yoruba saying that says, Bami no more me, kodenu olomo. I hope I said it well. And that means that a mother can tell you to beat her child, but it's not when you begin to beat the child and you understand that she didn't really mean it. So I hope I got, did I try? Thank you. Please give me a round of applause. All right. I say this to say that the other people can say what they want to about Africa, Nigeria. Oh, this continent is this. But for us, no matter how bad it is, when we go out there, we show up and we show up excellently, showcasing only the positive sides whilst we fix the negative sides inside. But outside, we're not there saying, oh, this country is horrible, this continent is terrible, because that's what we're helping sell the narratives that are wrong already. And so I'm hoping that now, if you came here thinking, oh, okay, so what's my role in all of this? What role can I play? What action can I take? This is your action. When we survey your social media page, let us see someone who is truly, proudly African, irrespective of what is said out there. You cannot abuse my nation. You cannot abuse my continent in my eyes. So I love what he said. We are no longer jackbarring. We are exporting global talents. I love it. Talk about a brand man. We're exporting global talents. It's no longer supper. We are just enjoying building resilience and self-control. We are building character through the journey of luck so that we become. We tell our stories. Please tell somebody, tell your story. Own your narrative. It's what they say or what we say that people will repeat after us. And so I love it so much. Thank you very much. Each of us have that responsibility. So make it a personal motto, a personal charge to yourself and challenge as an ambassador of Elevate Africa, because you are now, that every single week you must tell a good story about Africa. You must post it out there. Let that go viral. Thank you so much, Debola. Fantastic. Right, let's move on to something that we do really well. And so one of our finest exports, I must say, from Nigeria to the rest of Africa and the world. And we're very proud because we know that we have, when it comes to human capacity, this is the land where you can harvest a lot of that. Our next keynote is going to be given by such a gentleman, even though represented, but I believe that his speech will resonate as he carries the passion of moving Africa forward so deeply on his heart. We have a video introduction for him, and he'll be speaking on elevating African trade through regional partnership and collaboration. We'll be receiving the president of the African Development Bank Group in the person of Dr. Eyewuoma Adesina, ably represented by the DG Nigeria County Development of the African Development Bank Group in the person of Dr. Abdul B. Kamara. A round of applause, please, as he takes the stage.
Dr. Eyewuoma Adesina, known as Africa's Optimist-in-Chief, has been president of the African Development Bank since May 2015 and was re-elected for his second term in 2020. Under his leadership, the bank achieved its largest capital increase from $93 billion to $208 billion and launched a $3 billion COVID-19 social bond. As Nigeria's Minister of Agriculture between the years of 2011 to 2015, he introduced reforms like the electronic wallet system, benefiting 15 million farmers. Dr. Adesina, a recipient of the 2017 World Food Prize, holds a PhD in agricultural economics from the Purdue University and has earned global recognition for his contributions to agriculture and development finance. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please make welcome Dr. Eyewuoma Adesina.
His Royal Majesty Ogiame Atuwatse III, CFR, Her Royal Majesty Olori Atuwatse III, our royal fathers and mothers also present here, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, good afternoon actually. Well, I said good morning because I was programmed to speak in the morning. Yeah, I bring to you warm greetings from the President of the African Development Bank, Dr. Akiwobi Adesina, and I take this opportunity on his behalf to thank you for the opportunity to address you today on how regional partnerships can significantly integrate African trade, drive economic growth, and overcome barriers that have historically limited intra-Africa trade. I would like to express my sincere appreciation to the federal government of Nigeria for hosting this important event and to the esteemed leaders of Idshekiri Nation in Delta State, His Royal Majesty Ogiame Atuwatse III CFR, and Her Royal Majesty Olori Atuwatse III for the invitation to contribute their vision for reshaping Africa's narrative. I think we had previous speakers delve very much into reshaping the narrative and things that need to be done. I am delighted that ministers, heads of institutions, heads of development institutions, captains of industries, esteemed stakeholders, or royal mothers and fathers have all taken time out of their busy schedules to join us today from across various regions and the continent. For the African Development Bank Group, our presence here today demonstrates our shared vision of an Africa that is prosperous, an Africa that is inclusive, an Africa that is resilient and integrated and delivering for its people. Last month, September 2024, the African Development Bank Group celebrated 60 years of making a difference. Since 1964, the bank has been mobilizing resources for investment in African countries and providing policy advice and technical assistance to support development initiatives. The African Development Bank Group also recently launched its 10-year strategy 2024-2033, anchored on a foundation of optimism. And again, I'm happy that the last session, the panel actually ended on an optimistic note. And we are optimistic that Africa will address its challenges because the continent has a huge potential to transform societies, to transform economies, and the lives of the people of the continent for the better. The new strategy of the African Development Bank articulates a vision of prosperous, inclusive, resilient, and integrated continent underpinned by two strategic pillars for the next decades. One, accelerating inclusive and green growth, and two, fostering prosperous and resilient economies. The bank delivers support to the continent through 5 operational priorities, and I'm sure we are all familiar with these priorities. The first is to light up and power Africa, because we believe that no continent, and certainly no country or region, can develop in the dark. Feed Africa, no continent or region or country can develop hungry. Integrate Africa, and that's the theme I'm speaking on today, integration. Industrialize Africa, but most importantly, we want to make a difference in terms of improving the lives of the people of Africa. And all of these are very much aligned to the African Union's Agenda 2063. Today, Africa stands at the crossroads. That is, despite decades of development progress, the continent is confronted by a complex web of crises, each with potential to roll back pre-pandemic achievements. The aftermath, of course, of the COVID has resulted in heightened food insecurity and a burgeoning debt crisis across the continent. At the same time, the impacts of climate change are intensifying and accelerating along a surge of conflicts and political instability in many countries. And on climate change, we saw what happened in the north. When the dam broke, I think it was in Borno State, the impact was devastating. This is compounded by a youthful demographic growth that outpaces our growth and job creation. So Africa is witnessing a significant exodus of its future workers seeking job opportunities abroad. Some will even risk their lives across the Red Sea. But we know very well that the future of those children and youth does not lie at the bottom of the Red Sea. It lies here, right here in Africa. The imperative to strengthen Africa's resilience against these challenges and future shocks has never, ever been more pressing than it is now. Over the next decade, Africa can create sustained growth, drive transformation, and contribute towards critical global solutions. Africa's progress will be driven by its unique assets. And I think we heard of this also in the previous panel: a young and dynamic workforce, a growing urban consumer market, integration of national economies, huge clean energy potential, and extensive natural resource wealth. It is significant that Africa's population is the youngest and fastest growing in the world, presenting the continent with an unparalleled democratic window of opportunity. By 2030, the continent will have some 477 million young people between the ages of 15 and 35, constituting a potential workforce for transforming Africa and actually transforming the world. Yes, with business enabling policies, this will translate into an even larger continental market for trading goods and services, among others. The African Development Bank has been the largest investor globally in Africa's infrastructure. The bank is at the forefront of efforts to deepen continent-wide integration through its strategic initiatives and partnerships. Our interventions have played a pivotal role in connecting countries and a catalytic role in simplifying cross-border trade. To name a few examples, in West Africa, we are leading the development of the multi-billion-dollar Abidjan-Lagos Corridor Highway in partnership with the European Union and others. With $25 million, the African Development Bank financed the feasibility studies of the 1,028 kilometers highway, which includes 5 countries, that is Benin, Nigeria, Ghana, Togo, and Cote d'Ivoire. That is just the feasibility study. Of course, financing the road is in billions of dollars, and 8 border crossings across these countries, and is expected to link the most economically dynamic cities and ports, which support 75% of trade across West Africa. In Southern Africa, the African Development Bank provided $60 million for the Kasungula Bridge project, leading to the construction of a 923-meter-long bridge across the Zambezi River and the development of the one-stop border post on both sides of the river, connecting Botswana to Zambia. Key results include the reduction of border transit time from 30 hours. Can you imagine that? 30 hours in border crossing to now about 3.4 hours. That is about 3 hours only. That is significant. It's also increased freight volumes from something like 13,000 to more than 50,000 tons per week, and has also reduced, of course, carbon emissions, as we know. At the institutional level, the bank has invested some $12 million to to support the setup of the AFCFTA Secretariat, that is the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. And I think it also came out in the debate. If anything is going to change the current conditions, of course, we need to boost production, and that's what we are doing currently. But we need to boost intra-Africa trade. The colleague there was talking about crops growing in Uganda that cannot grow in Nigeria, and those growing in Nigeria that cannot grow in Uganda, connecting those to trade. We say, yes, that is fine. You do the legislations, you do all the waivers, and you sign the agreements, but you must do the physical infrastructure, the road corridors, the power pools, and so on. And that's the ones that are doing. But however, for Africa to fully take advantage of its assets, we must accelerate the integration agenda by promoting free movement of goods, finance, people, and commerce, and build regional value chains as the foundation for a more productive African economy to drive industrialization. So promoting intra-Africa trade will require that we support small and medium enterprises, which are the bedrock of Africa's business sector, by fostering enabling business environments, removing trade barriers, enhancing infrastructure connectivity, as I was just saying, harmonizing trade policies, and providing market access. Small and medium enterprises are actually the pulse of where the action is and will form a critical part of how we perform from now. So one of the key priorities in the African Development Bank's 10-year strategy is to accelerate the implementation of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, the AFCFTA. And the AFCFTA is by far the most transformative initiative, which provides a huge opportunity to drive Africa's economic and social integration by enhancing regional partnership and strengthening intra-Africa trade. Our colleague who just spoke on the panel was saying it's only an agreement. Of course, we agree with him, but we also say that the continent has to start somewhere. It's better late than never. They signed the agreement. We support them with the physical infrastructure, but also with the financing, not only to set up the secretariat, but to boost production capacities and add values to ensure that trade actually picks up. Because that is what is actually going to create jobs, that is what is going to create livelihoods, and that is what is going to move our people out of poverty. Nigeria, Africa's largest economy, is one that should be poised to benefit the most from the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. If fully implemented, the Africa Free Trade Area or Africa Continental Free Trade Area will increase trade by some $450 billion by 2035, raising average incomes by some 7% and lifting some 30 million people out of poverty. This is significant. So through the AFCFTA, we have opportunities to diversify and upgrade our services sector and share technologies and skills across the continent and drive intra-Africa investment. This will enable us to industrialize by building value chains, call them from automobiles to textiles to cocoa to rice, pharmaceuticals, vaccines, etc. And by the way, the African Development Bank is supporting most of these. I just spoke of pharmaceuticals. We know that COVID taught us a lesson that when the going gets tough, we get prioritized least or latest. And that is what we saw in COVID. So the African Development Bank is leading what we call the Africa Pharmaceutical Technology Foundation. This is a multi-billion-dollar initiative that is going to empower Africa to build its own, to manufacture its own medicines and vaccines to ensure that never again will we have the kind of experience that we had when COVID hit. So to achieve all these goals, the African Development Bank has laid a solid foundation in existing programs such as the Program for Infrastructure Development in Africa, PIDA, and the NEPAD Infrastructure Program facility. These are facilities that help countries to carry out feasibility studies and develop a pipeline of bankable operations. The facility has provided financial and technical assistance to 31 regional project preparation studies, making the projects investment ready and catalyzing downstream financing for the construction of much needed infrastructure in ICT, in energy, including regional power pools, and in transport, including road transport corridors. In 2023, the African Development Bank's annual investment reached a record $9.7 billion, the second highest lending volume delivered in the bank's history. So that's close to $10 billion in just 1 year. Similarly, we mobilized an additional $3.4 billion in active co-financing to support transformative infrastructure projects, which again are critical for regional integration and for boosting trade. With an active portfolio of regional integration projects, again, that's not all the portfolio, that is just a portfolio that contributes to linking countries to each other by road, by rail, or by air. So we call those regional integration projects. So the active portfolio constitutes some $14 billion and more than $24 billion worth of investment catalyzed for regional infrastructure. The African Development Bank, of course, in this context, stands as the premier development financier of Africa's regional integration. Again, in 2023, alone the African Development Bank facilitated the construction of vital infrastructure for regional integration, opening trade corridors and regional power pools, including more than 1,300 kilometers of cross-border transmission lines, power transmission. This physical aspect of integration, for us, is the backbone of facilitating the movement of people, goods, and services to facilitate intra-Africa trade. Finally, going forward, through our 10-year strategy, the bank remains committed to scaling up infrastructure connectivity, drawing on our strong comparative advantage in regional and cross-border infrastructure, supporting improvements in the regulatory environment to accelerate regional integration, working with African countries and regional economic communities, and building capacities to boost production, to add value, and regional value chain development. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as a leading development finance institution on the continent, the bank reiterates its commitment to unlocking Africa's potential for transformative change, building Africa's resilience, and accelerating Africa's sustainable development for the Africa we see today to get the Africa we want. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, sir. Thank you. Please, another round of applause for that speech, goodwill speech from Dr. Abdul B. Kamara, DG Nigeria County Development, Africa Development Bank Group, speaking on behalf of the President, Dr. Akinwumi Adesina, especially highlighting some of the work and efforts of the African Development Bank to finance trade across the continent. And this came up quite strongly as well during the conversations we've had earlier on the panel, where we talk about if we must elevate Africa, we also have to provide infrastructure and an enabling environment for us to trade seamlessly on the continent. Without further ado, and I hope you're still here with us this afternoon. We have people who are watching online as well. We want to thank them very much. We're on YouTube. We would like to share the link with anyone who's not here. Elevate Africa is our YouTube channel. And then, of course, on Instagram, we're at We Elevate Africa. Please spread the word. It's part of spreading the good news of the great work that's being done here. And of course, for others who are not here, to follow the conversation. Very quickly, we have just a few more things to get through before we wrap up day one of the convening. But before then, we're still going to be listening to a poem by a very talented African. And now I bring up another woman who is doing excellent work, not just in Nigeria, but across the continent. She's a woman who's very passionate about Africa and for many years has been talking about how the time for Africa is now and how we must all take action, especially as Debola had talked about bridging the gender gap, the roles that African women will play in elevating Africa. But beyond women, she's also had the opportunity to impact and coach lives of men as well as women. She's a best-selling author, keynote speaker, public policy advisor, corporate trainer, empowerment specialist, and transformational coach for visionary leaders. A visionary herself through her research-driven and exceptional work of coaching, consulting, and capacity building, she deploys her extraordinary gift of unlocking genius in individuals, institutions, and nations. She's a multiple award-winning executive, and just to mention a few laurels she's been able to garner over the years. In 2018, she was selected by the US government as one of Africa's most promising young leaders and a Mandela Washington Fellow. She has been honored as one of 100 most inspiring Nigerian women, and she has been honored as one of Nigeria's 50 most inspiring authors, 100 women shaping a better Africa, and ABCD Africa's 50 most impactful voices of 2023. We'll be listening to that impactful voice for the next few minutes. Please let's make very welcome Debola Deji Kurumi, DDK, aka GDDK, the General.
Kurumi is a best-selling author, keynote speaker, public policy advisor, and transformational coach, renowned for unlocking the potential in leaders, institutions, and nations. She is the founder of Immerse Coaching Company, Executive Director at Ideation Hub Africa, and President of Kingdom Leaders Global Alliance. Certified as a visionary leadership coach and Gallup Strengths coach, Debola has consulted for major organizations like Lagos State Government, World Bank, and Lead Africa. She also serves on the boards of several organizations, providing expertise in leadership development, policy analysis, and program execution. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please make welcome Debola Deji Kurumi.
Ladies and gentlemen, DDK.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, all dignitaries present, Your Excellencies, allow me to stand on existing protocols and congratulate you on this remarkable proceeding already on day one of Elevate Africa's inaugural conference. Imagine the caliber of conversations that we've had today. Imagine the sense of hope. Imagine the energy. Imagine the conviction, and very importantly, the vision that is brimming afresh in your heart and in your spirit about the role you can play in shaping the Africa that you see. Today, we are witnessing the power of a valiant vision and a mighty mission of distinguished leaders. The Olu of Warri, Ogiame, Atuwatse III, our dearly beloved Queen Olori Atuwatse III, who stand as epitomes of what the future could be like for the African continent if we desire the future of Africa beyond despising her failures. Today, we are standing at the threshold of possibilities, but it matters to recognize that the continent is stuck in the center of what I would call a perplexing paradox. On the one side, enormous potential and prosperity. On the other, enigmatic pains and pangs, leading us to ask the very important question, what can I do today that can birth the future that I truly desire? I thank you for being a part of this conversation, but more importantly, I thank you for being a part of the catalytic action that we will take coming out of Elevate Africa Conference 2024. You already know that at some point in this convening, we're going to be welcoming fellows into a very distinguished leadership program that will prepare those who would be at the front lines of emerging transformation, especially at the cutting edge of policy, academia, public service, and
Royal African Government Forum on 2021 and culminating in the Olori Awards to the Best Creative Artist of the Year 2022. She is a farmer of minds, the founder of the True My Voice community. She cultivates a garden of young poets, nurturing their potential and empowering them to wield their words as implement into life. Ladies and gentlemen, I introduce and present to you one who emerges as a radiant star, a masterful bard and a teacher of words and thoughts of spoken word. Mariam Bukar is, but you know how most especially as Salman Islam. Such a very good that she comes to share with us the open talks for this afternoon and unfiltered long speeches as it were. Now this is a people in the heart of the poet. Put your hands to the wall.
The Olu of His Royal Majesty, the Olu of Warri, our mother, the Queen, the Olori of Warri, Royal Father, excellent captains of industry, good afternoon. Please permit me to observe the existing protocol. Yeah, I'm so happy to be here. So the poem that I have for you is titled Elevate Africa. And this poem is written from my experience in a journey where I found myself trying to reevaluate how I see Africa. And it led to a very interesting conversation with an old man. And so, once upon a time, I said to an old man, I am not good enough. The cold has settled there. There is no warmth in my country. He gazed at me and remarked, I am a citizen of every country. Every country, yes, every country. Birthed by a mother so divine. She is a mother with no boys. Mama Africa. She has 54 children. And each are warriors. Though some of them never crossed over and some of them never made it. Once upon a time, I said to an old man, I am not good enough. The cold has settled in. There is no warmth in my continent. He gazed at me and remarked, I am a citizen of every country. Every country, yes, every country. Birthed by a mother so divine. She is a mother with no borders. Mama Africa. She has 54 children. And each were warriors who never crossed over. And those are born their names and leftovers like that food you warm in the morning that fills you up. That reminds you of the labors of the land, manifestations of victory, names of walls that
granddaughter of a mother so flaming, continent with indelible resources, but of it all, you are its greatest asset. Your scheme, proposition, and ideas, if you dare, will resuscitate the cold spirit of grace and glory for the Black continent. You will create prosperous African community whose sustainable development will be you driven. Yes, you, because you are Africa's biggest capital.
greatest asset. You see, the color of your skin doesn't mean the color of your brain. It is but a great lining to conserve the light that you possess. Your passion is excellence unrefined. It's gold unmined. It's diamond unexploded. Dismay not and bring it raw. That is the only way to your inner unshrunken lion heart. Dear blazing, glistening, lustrous, dazzling child of Africa, you are a tune from your grandfather's fluid. You are the sweat from your mother's labor. You are a supernatural phenomenon. They spoke of beating their chest. You are the cub of a lion, and bravery is in your bloodline. So if you ever feel like your ideas are not good enough, remember, all you have to do is roar. When the cold settles in on your mother, our mother, Mama Africa, remember, within you is enough fire to ignite and elevate Africa. Thank you so much.
Mama Africa, thank you so much, Alan Islam, for that powerful spoken word piece. Excellent, amazing, and has been said a number of times, one of the biggest exports from Africa is our creative talent. And this is on display in the creative use of words by Alan Islam. Very shortly, we'll be going into the final session for today, which is a panel discussion. In a moment, we will be bringing up our panelists and discussants as we look through or we dissect the topic, which was spoken about earlier by Dr. Akinwumi Adesina, elevating African trade through regional partnership and collaboration. In a few minutes, we're going to be elevating trade in Africa. I'll introduce the moderator. We have a video introduction for her, and then she'll bring up the rest of the panelists. I just want to say that I'm excited about the next panel. It's the final one for the day, and then we'll be wrapping things up afterwards. Earlier, we had an all-male panel, aside from the moderator, Stephanie, and I am delighted to introduce an all-female panel. And you know why I'm particularly excited? When we talk about trade, finance, money, it's usually a conversation that's dominated by men, especially on the African continent. But ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Africa's power women running things in the financial sector. Of course, we love our men as well, but please allow me to brag a little. And so this is definitely going to be an interesting conversation, very critical to what we're doing here, because we cannot talk about elevating Africa without talking about trade on the continent. And so to moderate this panel is the one and only founder, partner, CEO, Arua Capital Management. We have a video introduction for her in the person of the phenomenal, in terms of her achievements, Adesua Okumbo Rhodes.
Adesua Okumbo Rhodes is the founder and managing partner of Aruba Capital Management, a growth, equity, and gender lens fund in Africa. With over 15 years of experience in investment banking and private equity, she has worked with global institutions and led over $200 million in transactions across sub-Saharan Africa. In 2023, Adesua won the 2 times Global Award for Women Fund Manager of the Year. She's been named among Africa's top 100 leaders under 40 and recognized for her role in advancing gender equity. She holds a BSc in economics from the University of Bristol and sits on several Nigerian boards across key industries. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please make welcome Adesua Okumbo Rhodes.
Good stuff. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you. Good afternoon. Ogiame, good afternoon. Olori, good afternoon. I'm a very proud sister today. So we have the graveyard shift. We're going to be as interactive as possible, but welcome to our panel. So I'll just introduce the panelists that will be coming up. So first we have Sarah Maka, ONE's Executive Director for Africa. Please give her a round of applause. We have Juanita Shepherd, the Vice President of Foundation and Government Partnerships at United Way Greater Atlanta. Please give her a round of applause. We have Dr. Jane Kimemia, the CEO of Optiva Capital Partners. Please give her a round of applause. And we have, last but not least, Ms. Pumela Salela, the CEO of Invest Global South Africa. Please give her a round of applause. Thank you very much, everyone, for being here with us. And I love that we have an all-woman panel. This is fantastic. I think you heard Debola Williams talk about the power of women on the continent. So get ready. So this panel is about trade, and it's about the role of regional partnerships in enhancing intra-African trade. You heard the previous speaker talk about Africa and the potential that that can unleash for the continent. So we're going to dig deeper into practical things that can be done by our respective organizations to be able to realize that potential. But first, I want us to set the scene. I want us to discuss some of the challenges. The previous speaker spoke a little bit about it, infrastructure, lack of investment, but I want to pose to all of my panelists, what are some of the trade barriers today and what are some of the challenges today that is withholding inter-African trade? Maybe I'll start with you, Sarah.
I think this works. Thank you very much, Your Royal Majesty, Ogiame, Olori. Thank you so much for convening this moment for us to have this conversation. I appreciate where we're starting with the challenges, but I hope we don't spend too much time admiring the problem. We know established that intra-Africa trade, trading ourselves within ourselves is about 15% of our trade. When we trade with the EU, it's about 40%. When we trade with China, it's over 40%. So we're preferring to trade with others than trade with ourselves. Yet, when you think about the volume of people, Africa as a continent has 1.4 billion people. China as a country has 1.4 billion people. India as a country has 1.4 billion people. So the first challenge is a perception within the continent. We're not seeing ourselves as worthy trade partners because there's no way, even a country like Nigeria, as big as she is, of let's just say 250 million people, we can never compete with a China with 1.4 billion people. But guess what? The minute we look at ourselves as African, 54 countries, and together as 1.4 billion people, we can easily trade with a China of 1.4 billion people. So the first challenge I'll highlight is a mentality and a mind challenge. Infrastructure remains, but if our minds can't circumvent the hurdles, then we haven't started the conversation.
Thank you. Please give her a round of applause. I believe we've just had our final panelist join us, so please let's recognize her presence. Dr. Melinda Harris Barrow, thank you for joining us. Welcome. She's the Chairman and Executive Director of the 6th Region of Global Chamber of Commerce. Please give her a round of applause. So we know what the challenges are. We've spoken about the mentality within ourselves as Africans. We know that there is an infrastructure problem. We know that there is a lack of financing problem. But we're here to talk about solutions, right? I want to come to you, Ms. Pumela Salela, the CEO of Invest Global. So what role can regional partnerships play? And when we've unlocked these regional partnerships, can you highlight to us some of the value chains that can be birthed within our continent?
Thank you very much. Allow me to start by giving honor where honor is due. His Royal Majesty, Warri, Ogiame Atuwatse, the third CFR, and Her Royal Majesty, Olori Atuwatse the third, the Queen Consort of the Warri Kingdom. We have heard from Warri to the world. Thank you for convening us as the visionaries of Elevate Africa. Thank you. So I now come to the question that you have asked. You know, we have had a lot of talk shops, as it was illustrated by one of the previous speakers. And I want to bring the point home of how, as Africans, we can use our regional value chains, how we can use regional integration to develop our economies. So how can we do this? I want to make it practical so that when we leave here, each of us can realize that it doesn't matter which country you come from. Each country has a competitive advantage, and each country within the African continent can use its competitive advantage for economic development. Let me be quick with how I see this happening. I'll take, for example, Botswana. Botswana is known for cattle farming, and it has hides that go unprocessed, hides that are raw. And because Botswana is within the Southern Africa, the trade collaboration that we are calling for is that why is it that cow skin cannot be used in South Africa, where there's advanced manufacturing of cars, to make leather seats for the cars? So this is how a value chain can be created. And in that process, we are creating jobs, we are growing the economy. We know that cocoa is highly prevalent in Cote d'Ivoire and Ghana. In fact, 60% of the world's production of cocoa comes from Cote d'Ivoire and Ghana. But what we can do in creating these value chains is that, fine, Cote d'Ivoire and Ghana can grow the cocoa because they've got the production capacity, the land is fertile. But the opportunity there is that we could have Nigeria being the manufacturing hub, because we know that within Nigeria, the manufacturing capacity is growing. So Nigeria can make the cocoa powder, Nigeria can make the cocoa butter from the cocoa that will have been grown in Cote d'Ivoire and Ghana. You see now, we are seeing West Africa collaborating. Then we go to Togo and Benin because they have the ports, they have the infrastructure. And we say, Togo, Benin, export this cocoa or these processed cocoa products from these countries to the rest of the world. Again, we have the East Africa prevalent with its coffee making, Uganda, Rwanda, Kenya. The land there is very fertile for coffee making. How can we create regional value chains there? We can make sure that Uganda still grows the coffee. Kenya has got industrialization that is a bit advanced than the others. And then Rwanda, because of the young entrepreneurs, the technology, that capacity that they have, they can then do the branding and the marketing of this coffee that is grown. You get it. I must start using Niger language. You get it. If you don't get it, forget about it. So finally, creating these value chains also means, for example, within Africa, Egypt is very advanced in terms of agriculture and technology. What Egypt can do is to borrow, for example, Zambia, its machinery, its technological capacity, because Zambia is good at planting maize, which ultimately, if processed, could become the cereal that we eat. So I'm here to say, let's talk less. It's time for action. The regional value chains can work, where each country uses what it has, partners with another country for the betterment of our continent. We have done enough talking. Let's walk the talk now.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I want to come to you, Dr. Jane, because I've heard Miss Pumela talk, and I say, okay, this is great. We want to work together, and we want to foster intra-Africa trade, and we want to create these value chains, but we can't do it without money. We can't do it without investment. We can't do it without closing what we know is a very critical funding gap that we have on the continent. So as the CEO of Optiva Capital Partners, what role does investment play in this trade conversation? What role does finance play in this trade conversation? And how can we encourage Africa to be an investment destination? What steps can we take?
Thank you very much. Yeah, I think this is clear. Your Royal Majesty and Olori, it's an absolute pleasure for me to be here. Thank you for having us and hosting this amazing forum. So, first of all, thank you for your question. But for me to answer that question, let me just go back to elaborate on some of the challenges, and then we'll come back on the role of financing. My name is Dr. Jane Kimemia of Optiva Capital Partners. So I think first of all, I just thought I'd like to add to my panelists' contribution about the challenge of Africa. And I know we've talked about our perception, but I'm not sure that we see ourselves as we truly are. We are not sure that we see ourselves as the world sees us. When you talk about a population of 1.5 billion people, when you talk about a young population, average age in Nigeria is 18. That means out of 240 or 250 million people, I'm not too sure about our census, but basically half of that population is younger than 18, and half of that population is older than 18. What does that mean for an economy? First of all, compared to other countries, I am in the investment immigration space and investment in the global space. Canada's average age is 39. Norway would be maybe about 37. So do we understand what we have when we have a young, growing industrial labor force? And what this would mean, not only from a labor force perspective, a consumer market that is huge, because it doesn't matter how old we are as a nation. We could be 62 years and the US could be many years ahead of us. But the basic needs of humans, we need education, we need food on the table, we need roof over our head. Everything that they would need, we need. So in terms of understanding of how powerful we are as Africa, what that big market means from a food security perspective, from an education perspective, let's just talk about the basic sectors that would drive economic growth, Maslow's hierarchy of needs, and let's go to the very bottom of that pyramid. So for us to start understanding who we are and what this means, hence harness what we've got. You've asked me the question about financing. I think for us, it would be, first of all, to go back to how do we create from a funding opportunity. We can look externally, and that's an option, but we can look at what do we have and where do we start. And we've got a lot that is absolutely amazing. And it's about changing our mindset and seeing how we see ourselves and loving ourselves and creating what is for collective good for all of us. So, first of all, talking about the basic sectors of economy in terms of financing, trade. How do we finance trade? It's the bedrock of our economy. Women in trade. You go to the Nigerian markets. I am Kenyan Nigerian. I remember when I came to Nigeria and I went to Balogun, and I keep saying it's a phenomenon. We don't even understand. It is right there that you will see women who are taking their children to school abroad. They can actually bring to you $500,000, $200,000. So first of all, let's understand the power of what we've got and harness that. How do we finance the very cottage and the basic of our industries? The women who are selling on the food, they are selling akara on the but we say it is informal. But they are our mothers who feed us, who take us to and do everything else. But to the banks, they're unbankable. So let's start at what do we have, even before we go to the capital of the world. How do we organize ourselves with what we've got? I know this is not exhaustive, but this is one of the points that say, let us look at what we've got in terms of trade, in terms of our talent, the young people. This population is a blessing and it could be a curse. Because if we don't do anything with a young population like this, it's a ticking time bomb. Because people need to go to work. They need to earn a living to take their children to school. If they go to school and that's not going to be possible, it's going to continue to be a big problem to the society. So my contribution that it's back to us even before we talk about the capital of the world and how we can organize ourselves better as the world is looking into Africa. What do we have? And then how do we organize ourselves so that as the world looks to us, they can trust that they come in here and build wherever from an investment perspective. I think that's the two way I look at it, what we've got and how we organize ourselves in platforms and forums like these to be recipients of capital that can build scale across Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. I completely agree. I think we need to do more to mobilize local pools of capital, local pools that are addressing and adapting to our reality. So I completely agree with that. I'm going to come to you, Miss Juanita Shepherd, a fellow United Way board member. I sit on the Nigeria United Way board, so it's great to have you with us. What role does the diaspora play in this? And how can we encourage cross-border trade between foreign countries and Africa?
Sure. Good morning, good afternoon. Thank you, His and Her Majesties, for having me on today. I would say, as speaking from the diaspora in America, there are things that, again, as we talk about the Africa we see, when we see Africa, we see the potential of what this country has. As Africa, we see you as not only the cradle of global society, we also see you as a source. And so what's happening in terms of the narrative for Africa is that instead of us being and highlighting, uplifting this country and continent as being a source, we see you as a resource. So part of this is to change the narrative of what that looks like. And so in terms of influences, there are two things I always talk about. One is what's in your hand. So what's in your hand? It's your talent. It's the increased number of young people who are innovative and creative that are coming throughout your nations. It is your talent. The other thing you have in your hand is your cell phones, as I'm watching many of you right now. So again, the influence of media and being able to tell a story and uplift the story in such a way that people can see you differently. The third thing you should have in your hand is a passport. In order for us to see things differently, we have to have different experiences. We have to have different exposure to different cultures so we can understand how we begin to work and bridge the gap between each other. The next thing I would say is what's in your hand and then who's in your circle. This is another space of influence. As we begin to talk about our reach, building economies, part of it can be done within your neighborhood. Part of it can be done with your immediate circle. But the growth economy comes as you branch out. And so for us in America, we have LinkedIn. And so we use that a lot to propose and promote our businesses. And so that's one thing I would say. The other thing I would say that should be in your circle is folk like me, folk like Representative Schofield, who are in America, that we have connections, that we're able to broker conversations for you in ways that you may have not been able to do on your own. So again, the knowledge that we have, the influences that we have is in that space. The other thing I would say in terms of African and economy is help America to see you more than just as entertainment. I love the cultural dance. I love the trends that I'm seeing. I love Afrobeats. It's true. We do have a lot of Afrobeats going on within our country. But I will say the other part of this is help us understand the business of Africa. A lot of what's happening in this room right now is things I have never heard before. what you're doing, talking about your infrastructure and how that's strengthening the economy, how you're building it, how your government and policies are helping to engage that and strengthen that. We want to hear that. And the other part of the diaspora, I would say, is we have income. Bless the Lord. And so we have the ability to collectively begin to undergird some of these investments. But the truth is, you have to get the word out so we will know and understand what you're doing. So change the narrative about Africa and why we shouldn't invest and why we should have a level of distrust, and show us how we can trust our investments, show us a trend of return on our investment, and we'll be happy to partner with you.
Thank you. Please give her a round of applause. Thank you. Thank you. So I wanna give a statistic. So we've spoken about Africa many times on this stage, and we know that if we're able to lift the barriers to trade, Africa's income is expected to grow by 450 billion by 2035, and the agreement has the potential to lift about 30 million people out of poverty. So I want to come to you, Dr. Melinda Harris Barrow, because I know that you're very passionate about making sure communities are not marginalized as we talk about these advances in trade and, value chains. So what can we do as we think about intra-Africa trade and we think about exports and we think about increasing incomes to ensure that it's inclusive and communities in some of these rural areas are not marginalized by increasing prosperity?
Thank you very much. I am from Central America, Panama City, Panama, where they built the canal, where we have the second largest free zone in the world. Number one, Hong Kong. How many of you knew that? Could you just raise your hands? Those of you that knew about Panama has the second largest free zone in the world. No one. That's why I'm here. You will never be informed of that. Your colonializers don't want you to know. You do business with Europe. You do business with everyone else. But I want to give you some statistics before I answer that question. There are 10 countries with the largest Black population outside of Africa. That's Mexico. Most of you don't know that there are Black people in Mexico. 1.4 million. Jamaica, 2.6 million. Yemen, 3.4. Colombia, that's where my family is from, but I was born in Panama. 4.7. These are all Africans that was taken from Africa for slavery. France, 5 million. Haiti, 10 million. Now Haiti, when it was colonialized, before 1804, they were the richest in that hemisphere and in the world. United States, 48 million. Brazil was the largest, is the largest. And all of you know that. 115 million. Now, why is it Africa is in the condition that it's in? I'll tell you why. The mindset is number one. Number two, you were miseducated. And just with those two things, that's why we are in the condition that we are in. Now, In Latin America, where I'm from, I took upon my business because God created us to be builders and what else? To be creators. I am not going to allow anymore what is happening to us in this world today. You see, I was taken from Africa 400 something years ago. We use the word our ancestors, but it's me. I was taken, but I'm back. I was born in Panama. My family's from Colombia. They might think they took advantage of me representing my ancestors. But you see, take the bad things and make it good. We have different languages that we speak. What is our excuse? So now what I'm doing now, I'm educating my Nigerian children. How long ago? There's one back there. There's another one somewhere. You see, I don't have to be born in Africa to be an African woman. Because Africa is the land. I am Africa. No matter where I go, I'm an African woman. So therefore, my ancestors said to me, you have to work hard. You have to go to Africa and speak and let them know that your brothers and your sisters are in the world. You have no excuse. So I started a Chamber of Commerce, the 6th region. Africa have 5 regions. And those outside of Africa is the 6th. Hello, I'm here. So what I'm doing now is to educate our young people, not for the future, for now, so we can have a better future. So what I'm educating them about is the fact that they didn't teach you geography, and the geography that they taught you has nothing to do with us, your brothers and sisters in the world. You see, you import more than you export. Am I right?
Yes.
Why are you doing that? What's wrong with what you have? Everybody else is taking advantage of it. So what they do, they come here, they go back to Europe and everywhere else, feed their children. They come to us in Panama, Colombia, Nicaragua, Brazil, everywhere. And they take our products and export to you. Why are you not exporting to me, your black people in the world? Because the mindset. It is the mindset. When I was born and going to school, I knew nothing of you. They refused to teach me about my brothers and sisters. But no, I know you. I know you. I know you. So what I'm doing now is to take in my children and educating them about geography. Educating. I got cocoa. But you think you're the only one who have cocoa? You know why? Because we are the same people. Same culture. You understand? So we have to work together. Elevate Africa. You have to include the diaspora.
Yes.
You can't do it by yourselves. It's not going to work. When you go to America, do you know who built America for you? You can go to college now, you accept it. Americans. African Americans. That's what they call them now. When you come to Colombia, you are going to find the products to trade. Last year, I did a trade mission in Colombia. You know what they did to me? They refused to receive all of you. No Africans come in due to visas. That's the new trick now. That's the new trick. I had almost 100 people from Africa. They refused every single one. So I said, all right, this doesn't stop anything. We're coming. We are coming. And even though we have to meet somewhere else where we accept it, let's do it. No one should stop you. You are powerful, and you know why they stopped you? Because the power you have that you don't know you have. You are powerful people. That includes me because I'm an African woman. I'm not running around saying I'm Panamanian. I say I was born in Panama. But I'm an African woman, and I always will be until I die. We are separated through the name and the flag of a country. What's wrong with us? The mindset. It's your mindset. You should never allow no one to separate you by a name of a country. No. You're not Nigerian. You're not Ghanaian. You're none of that. You are African people.
Yes.
Hello. Wake up.
Yeah.
So that way we can do business together. We can trade together. We don't have to fight with South Africans. We don't have to fight with Gambia. What's wrong with us? We are one people, one nation, one voice. And until we get that mindset right, then we are going to elevate Africa. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Melinda. Ms. Pulema, you want to add something?
You know, I want to say something about Dr. Melinda, which is very practical. And I'm also going to say it in the form of a confession. The last time I saw her until now on stage, we were at the African Union in Ethiopia. And the confession I want to make, which became a lesson for me, is that we went to a shop. And in this shop, they had made beautiful leather bags, stunning leather bags. I became a consumer. I bought 3 bags, different sizes, different colors for me. What did Dr. Melinda do? She went into the shop, bought for herself, took the details of the people that were making the bags. She then signed a contract for her to take an order to Panama, South America. And so she's very practical. And for me, that became a lesson that every encounter is an opportunity for trade.
Yes.
Every encounter. We travel a lot. We travel across Africa. There's an opportunity for trade with every person that we meet. And I remember we went together to the airport. We were together. And she was accompanied by daughters that she had picked up from having been Ethiopia. So you see, and I think this should serve as an inspiration to the whole of the diaspora that is listening, that every contact point can be that opportunity. And so even when I was thinking about what we are discussing today, which is about trade, which is about partnerships, which is about collaboration, I thought that, yes, we do have the formal, trade partnerships in the form of ECOWAS, in the form of East African Community. All these formal agreements exist, the EUs and all of that, Mercosur, South America. But it is also up to us, to trade with one another. And in that process, I came up with 3 I's as an addition
to the existing structures, which sometimes can be administrative and which need to be elevated to be more empowering and enabling for trade and partnerships and collaborations. So the 3 I's that we can take away is that we can have, outside the formalities, intra-Africa trade, which means it doesn't matter which country you are coming from within the continent, we can trade with one another. So that's intra, within the continent. And then I want to touch on the point that Dr. Melida made on the diaspora, the power, and Juanita made that point about the diaspora, the power of the diaspora. So I'm calling that in the 3 I's that I've devised. If we're in church, I would say, if you are taking notes, take notes of these 3 I's. I. So the second I is inter-Africa trade. And by this, I have devised to mean the trade between Africa and the diaspora. She has shared the figures. What really stops us from formalizing the trade between Africa and the diaspora? And then the third I, I'm calling it the international Africa trade. And this now refers to global Africa, global Africa, where as Africans, we need to make sure that we elevate African trade. And this can take many forms. There's quality standards, which we need to elevate ourselves with for our goods and services to be accepted in the different markets. The theme of this conference is Elevate Africa. And if you've noticed in all my contributions, I'm about the practicalities. We need to be practical in making sure that we enhance these collaborations. Because if we do, it's a win for all. It's a win-win. We go there as equal partners, and the playing field from a trade perspective becomes leveled. Let me stop it at that.
Thank you so much for that closing thought, Ms. Pamela. I want to give Sarah an opportunity to please give us closing thought. You know, you're from the One Campaign. There's a lot of policy advocating that's been done by the One Campaign. Give us a closing thought on this topic.
Thank you so much. I didn't want to leave here without saying something. You know, the theme is the Africa we see. My question to you is, what do we see? I've listened a lot to a lot of the challenges, and vision is so important. If you're seeing challenges, they'll amplify. Did you know in 2018, the African Union created the Continental Free Trade Area through an agreement? It is an area. It is the largest area by mass in the world when it works. It will be. Did you know that it took us 8 years to take that agreement from an idea to an action? Did you know in 2022, 8 countries within the African continent decided to trade with each other, and we just experimented? It took 6 months to trade tea from Kenya to Ghana, and we said, you know what, that wasn't great. There was a problem. We have people working tirelessly to make sure this works, but what are you seeing? And it's a call for advocacy. We have potentially 1.4 billion advocates on the continent. Every January and February, the African Union seats. Who we're missing here is legislatives. We have a single free movement of people policy that our legislators have to pass so that I can go to South Africa without a visa, because my French colleague can go to South Africa without a visa, but as a Nigerian or Ethiopian, I can't. There is a policy on the ground that requires you to ask your National Assembly members, what are you doing? Have we ratified the policies? Only a handful of African countries have said yes to that. Where are the rest of us? And why are we sitting here not badgering them to ensure that that happens so people and goods can move across borders? That's how we actualize continental free trade area that will potentially be the largest in the world. So my challenge to you is, what do you see? Do you see the progress that's being made that requires your attention to push that boulder up the hill that we needed to go? Or are we sitting and seeing the challenges only? So my closing remark is, I need you to open your eyes to see. We need your eyes, but we also need your hands, because it's with your action and your voice that we can put pressure in the right places and advance the movement that is already started.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Please give my panel a round of applause. Thank you so much for all of your contributions. Thank you.
I think we should clap for the panel one more time. Photographers, please approach as they take the group picture. This picture is important. We'll put it at the Elevate Africa Global Headquarters. Just smile, smile. We're happy people here. Clap for them, please.
Thank you so much. Such a power-packed session right there. And of course, brilliantly moderated by Adesua Okumbo Rhodes. Thank you, thank you, thank you to all our speakers. Dr. Melida Harris Barrow with the fire. Thank you so much, Sarah Maka. Thank you, Juanita Shepherd. Thank you, Dr. Jane Kimemia. And of course, Miss Pumela Salela. Thank you so much. Thanks. Please, can we give them one more round of applause as they take their seats?
Thank you very much. A diplomat from Uganda shared something with us. He called it Baba. It's not my thought, it is his. Buy Africa to build Africa. So if you use a different meaning for Baba going forward, it will help you. Buy Africa to build Africa. And I complained to one minister, I said, why don't we buy things from across around? And he says the things around here are FFFF. You may want to write that down. And I said, sir, what is FFFF? He said, most of the goods are fine from far, but they are far from fine. This conference is to change that narrative. Please put your hands together one more time for the organizers. It's challenging that we don't buy our own things. Growing up sometime in Katsina, there's one industry I met. I don't know if it's still there now. It's called Rafindadi Industries. They produce carpets and ceramics. The man complained to me. He said, people from here don't buy from me. So instead, I put these things together and take them to Kaduna, and then they go buy it from Kaduna and drive 4 hours back to sell here in Katsina. And some of us, that's why we are. Some people, suits made in Aba are sold as Turkey suits in Turkey. We import them from Dubai and we sell them to ourselves here. I think there's a need for change. Let's build Africa by first buying Africa.
I just say that the narrative is changing though, because when I look around the room, almost everyone here is wearing African. Almost everyone here is wearing something made by an African. And from my view, the color is beautiful. That's the thing. Starting from us, we're both wearing African. And one person.
I wish I can say that completely.
Oh, you're not?
I'm almost African.
That's good enough. We'll take 70%. But one person who is definitely a walking, talking fashion billboard for made in Africa by an African is Her Majesty Olori Atuwatse III. Resplendent and always intentionally African. And that's what we like to see. When it comes to fashion, creativity, we are definitely. And look at the designer right there. I was hoping that you would take your accolade.
Please put your hands together for her.
One of Africa's finest fashion designers. And so we're already sitting on that mountain in the world. Africa is leading. Our fashion is beautiful. And now we see it on the stages around the world. And that is what we must project. We must continue to speak about it, continue to project it until one day we will see one of the uniforms in the White House made of Ankara or having an infusion of Adire material or Kente material. Thank you very much.
Well, for me, it's beautiful. I tried to experiment with stones for the first time. And I actually went to buy stones and they told me the foreign stones are more expensive. So what I did was I just went to church and waited for them to close and went to the trash bin. And all the stones that fell off all the women when they were dancing, I gave to my tailor. And this is beautiful.
Quickly, we're going to be wrapping things up this afternoon, actually. And then just a few announcements before we call it a day for day one of the convening. And then tomorrow, nice and early, we're going to have, tomorrow is going to be incredible. Someone say incredible. Someone say amazing. Someone say power packed. We have talked a lot about the creativity and the importation of our talents. And tomorrow it's going to be talent upon talent on display.
So we'll be focusing on culture, entertainment, and content. This will be export of Africa to the world. We'll be showcasing talents. We'll be showcasing people who have gone to make Africa proud the world over. So tomorrow, I assure you, we'll have people like Davido in the house.
No,
I'm sure you didn't hear that.
no, we didn't say Davido. It's Davido, like Omo Baba Olowo. Please make your voice louder. Thank you very much.
We'll also be having Teni in the building.
Teni Makanaki. We also have, of course, Fela Durotoye joining us tomorrow.
We'll also have the Lagos State Governor join us tomorrow.
We also have actress Hilda Dokubo tomorrow with us. And Juliet Ibrahim as well. You do not want to miss it.
Sure, we'll have Vusi also in the building. So please, tomorrow will be beautiful. If you want to miss it, I advise that you stay because tomorrow people are already planning. They are in town now because they missed their flight. Please, if you don't come early, you may sit in the overflow. Hello? Did you hear what I said? We have screens outside. That's where you may be. If you enjoy it in here, come out early tomorrow. We'll be here as early as 8 a.m. Yes. Please, let's be here so we get started on time and we'll be finishing on time.
Absolutely. Just before we go, I'd like to thank very much our partners. We've talked about collaboration a lot. And if we're looking at elevating Africa, then we must do it by collaboration. We'd like to thank very much Atuwatse Energy. A round of applause for them, please.
I want to specially appreciate Arise News. Thank you very much for doing extensive coverage.
They did not hear Arise again. Please, can you say it one more time so they can really clap?
Arise News.
And of course, we have Channels TV. Thank you so much for your partnership. We also have Chandler Foundation. Please, can we celebrate them? Please clap in such a way that next year they'll come back again to partner with us. We're also very grateful to Eyewuoma Capital Management. We're also grateful to One Foundation and also One. We're very, very grateful. And also Aurora, we thank you very much for your partnership. And of course, our hosts, Elevate Africa. Before we go, one of our speakers came all the way from Lagos State and she'll be speaking tomorrow, but today is her birthday. And so she decided, or she's chosen to spend her birthday at the convening. And so we just want to sing a happy birthday song, if that's okay, with the permission of our chief hosts. A happy birthday to Olori Boye Ajayi, whose birthday is today. We'll be hearing her speak tomorrow. She's the president of the Borderless Trade Network, a woman who's also very passionate about Africa. So on the count of three, if you don't mind, we'll just sing a happy birthday song. And on that very high note, we'll be wrapping up today's activities. 1, 2, 3, let's sing. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to happy birthday. Happy birthday, Olori Boye Ajayi. We look forward to hearing you speak tomorrow as well.
Thank you very much, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Remember the way we came in, of course, the way we left during the tea break. For those of us who are sitting in the imported plastic chairs at the back, you will remain seated. We'll allow those in front here to leave when we are leaving, and then we'll all convene outside. Make sure you take pictures at the stand outside, please, and tag us on all our social media handles.
We are at We Elevate Africa on Instagram, Elevate Africa on YouTube. Follow us on all social media platforms. And don't forget to spread the word and let the world know that this is the Africa we see.
My name is Ben 200, half human, half amazing. It's a wonderful experience working with you.
I'm Ayon Myra Essay. Thank you so much. We'll see you again tomorrow. God bless.
See you tomorrow.